Okay, good thing I caught that early. That could have been a problem. There we go. What's going on?
Guy at Expo West, Eat Just was going hard promoting their vegan chicken, and founder Josh Tetrick was right there on the floor, front and center. Now, I'm not sure he didn't know who I was, or pretended not to know who I was, or knew full well that I have occasionally been called the Lex Luthor to his Superman. But I'm here to be objective about his product. And to be clear, this is not the cultivated meat his company has been working on. It's a traditional plant-based chicken primarily made from soy. And I have to say, I was surprised, because when I reviewed it a few months ago, it tasted completely different. This version felt like a much better product. And you always have to take the Expo samples with a grain of salt, because they're cooked by expert chefs, and sometimes the samples are hand-selected for the best quality. Josh told me it's actually a new improved recipe, but I'm going to withhold judgment until I buy my own bag at Sprouts and cook it for myself. I really like the chicken.
American chips or British chips? I would say American chips. Penis.
He-Man secretly born from the ashes of a canceled Conan the Barbarian toy line. Does He-Man, Skeletor, and the Masters of the Universe owe it all to Arnold Schwarzenegger and Conan the Barbarian?
You're a f***ing choir boy compared to me.
These guys are influenced by Conan at a deep level.
The artwork isn't labeled or dated. All we can do is kind of
Daring chicken at Walmart. I'm not sure if I've seen this. Yeah, I don't think I've seen this. I'm not sure if it's in Canada. I'll be on the lookout.
interpret what we think it is.
Yeah, I like vegan poutine. Vegan poutine's good.
Skeletor is more of a ripoff of Thulsa Doom even than He-Man is of Conan.
This is one of the biggest conspiracies in pop culture history. Just telling you the story of this case is not enough. So we dug up all the old court case files and we reached out to legendary entertainment lawyer Fred Fierce.
But I have to say, I read that decision by Patterson. I thought,
Could this finally crack this case wide open once and for all? This is Conan versus He-Man, the ultimate battle to uncover who truly rules as master of the universe. Before we dive in, smash that subscribe button and help Conan conquer YouTube. And we have a brand new Conan the Barbarian action figure. The time is now to claim what we have for.
Jasmine.
Wasn't fast enough that time. That's great. No, I've never taken Valium or beta blockers. Andrew Jacked won the Arnold. Well, yeah, I saw some of the prejudging. I could tell immediately Andrew Jacked was going to win. Like, just... And, you know, Nick Walker, like, everybody's like, hey, could Nick Walker win? Like, oh my god. Give me a fucking break. As if the guy is going to win the fucking Arnold Classic at this point.
The true spirit of Conan. Once pre-orders close, there will be no second chance, no major retailers.
Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
We are
does she talk like a retard?
Are you crying? I'm a lady from Iran. I'm so happy, Ryan. You back up.
She sounds really weird, but yeah. I mean, they're fucking retarded.
Iranian people right now, they're going to their deaths. Professor Morandi is telling us this. They're not. Khamenei, I know people are going to yell at me by saying this, but Khamenei said, and this is not a lie, this is true, these people are selfless.
Oh, look, a dumb bitch. Why are we listening to her? Yeah, that's what I thought. Looks pretty good. Iran destroys key 300 million U.S. radar used to direct missile defense systems in the Gulf, Bloomberg reports. Okay, great. Whatever. Something tells me it's either not true or, like, misleading. Let's see.
So, Josie, I was in the Senate the other day and ran into Senator Kramer, who has a big Israeli flag outside his office, and asked him about the war in Iran, and he said it was a biblical obligation to Israel. And we're hearing now this coming up in the military. You were in the military. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely disturbing to see that these representatives, leaders, and even this administration would use our Christian religion to push an agenda.
Oh, that's weird. So when Muslims use their Muslim religion to push an agenda, that's fine. Oh, weird. I just noticed. These are two ugly, dumb bitches. Why am I listening to them? There we go. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Anything good lately?
It is no...
Not exactly anything new that I can recall. Just been rewatching some older animes. Been rewatching Chainsaw Man. I've got to watch the Reza arc.
Notable that when body cam footage shows officers in a bad light, they will often cite the cost and technical hurdles of redaction to not release it. But when it shows them in a good light, those problems seem to disappear. Just watch as a reporter in Texas confronts a police chief who was claiming that because they didn't have the ability to redact video themselves, they couldn't release a video of a police search during a traffic stop.
In the year 2024, why doesn't this department have software to redact videos?
It's really expensive for us to get. Angleton Chief Lupe Valdez showed us a quote from their body cam vendor, more than $14,000.
Budget-wise, it's not in our budget to do that.
But there's this body cam video Angleton police released a few months ago of a crash where officers heroically pulled the driver out of the burning car. And look, portions are blurred.
How were you able to redact the video in that case?
We paid somebody to do that.
So let me get this straight. When your officers are heroes, you find a way to release it, but when your officers are scrutinized, you find a way to withhold it?
No, sir.
That's what happened here, Chief.
No, sir.
I fucking hate cops. Oh, God. Well, thanks for the donation, Boobity Bop. Yeah, I've seen Vampire Hunter D. The original anime from 1980-something and the new one, Bloodlust, are fucking fantastic. I like some of the stuff in the old one, like especially like generally speaking, anime is pretty immune from like the whole SJW thing, but I think they do still keep in mind that these things are for an international audience. So when you watch the old school Vampire Hunter D, you can definitely see like good old wholesome fucking just hot sexism, you know? Where girls will like offer to sell their bodies in exchange for favors, you know, it's just great. Highly recommend watching that original. But yeah, Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust is also fucking great. Top Gooner donated $2. Please add Tren Halo Test into your stack. Yeah, and I mean, eggs don't even have a ton of fucking protein.
Killing animals, but not innocent humans? I'm a retarded dumb fuck faggot who listens to fucking TikTok propaganda videos. Think of the children. Congratulations, you're fucking banned. Fucking say that to my face in public, motherfucker. Come up to my fucking face. If you see me in public, I don't care if it's at a fucking restaurant, say that shit to my fucking face and see what fucking happens. I hope you have fucking kids. Bring your fucking kids with you. Say that shit to my fucking face.
You're a fucking retard and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Shut the fuck up.
I mean, you don't know fucking shit. The fact that you're even using a fucking AI means you're a fucking idiot. Fucking steroids are. I'll drop you on your fucking head.
Could be the case Tren and Halo testing just makes me feel good. You never know. It could make me more angry, but yeah, those outbursts don't have anything to do with steroids. It's to do with me like working out and then just hearing stupid shit. But thanks for the donation, Top Gooner. I know there are some dudes who take Halo and it just makes them feel like good and motivated. It doesn't actually make them angry. Same with Tren. Let's see, Dodo donated $2, more code pink for fucking horseshit. We have agreed to quadruple critical munitions production as a result of President Trump's leadership. Began this work months ago. Sweet. You are war profiteering monsters. You shouldn't be able to make money selling weapons. Weapons, bad. It's only okay when Muslims use weapons. Muslims don't even use weapons all the time. They just fly planes into buildings. We love Muslims. Fuck you. Fucking hate Code Pink.
President's faith in Russia to cut a peace deal with Ukraine been shaken by the knowledge that Russia is apparently supplying intelligence to Iran in this conflict?
I think the president would say that peace is still an achievable objective with respect to the Russia-Ukraine war.
Has the president's faith in Russia to cut a peace deal with Ukraine been shaken by the knowledge that Russia is apparently supplying intelligence to Iran in this conflict?
I think the president would say that peace is still an achievable objective with.
Yeah, it looks really bad. Will lab-grown meat stocks go up because of this? Let me see. Did I go on a date? I did. Not with the girl I had planned exactly, but I did. Nobody wants to hear this, but it needs to be said. Scientists put human brain cells in a petri dish. Nobody, just neurons on a chip. Learned to play Doom in under a week. 800,000 neurons figured out how to navigate, shoot, survive. Yeah, what's interesting is this is kind of the idea that was in Metal Gear Solid. The Patriot AI was like literally made up of brain cells. And it's pretty interesting. I don't think that's going to affect, meat stocks, though, like the artificial meat.
The Indians had been very good actors. We had asked them to stop buying sanctioned Russian oil this fall. They did. They were going to substitute it with U.S. oil, but to ease the temporary gap of oil around the world, we have given them permission to accept the Russian oil. We may unsanction other Russian oil. You know, the other thing Treasury can do here, Larry, is there are hundreds of millions of sanctioned barrels of sanctioned crude on the water, and in essence, by unsanctioning them, Treasury can create supply. And we are looking at that. We're going to keep.
Let me back up here.
There are hundreds of millions of sanctioned barrels of sanctioned crude on the water, and in essence, by unsanctioning them, Treasury can create supply. And we are.
I think whoever wrote this didn't understand what the guy was saying. I think he's talking about oil that's basically in American control. If they unrelease it and flood the market, or even still, if they flood the market and push oil prices down, that could collapse the Russian economy. That they're not talking about helping Putin. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Son Piker confirms upcoming stream with California Governor Gavin Newsom. Yeah, so remember how I told you the Democrats are just like fucking retarded, pathetic, imbecilic morons? Yeah, just don't vote for Gavin Newsom. Oh, I hate Jews. Murder all the Jews. I love Hamas. Iran is our friends. China's so good. Why can't America be China? China should take over America. And then Gavin Newsom's gonna fucking talk with this guy. Buddy, give me a fucking break. If this doesn't turn out to be some sort of CIA operation where Gavin Newsom gets access into fucking this guy's house or something, and then the CIA break in, kidnap him, steal his fucking computer and shit, like, that's the only fucking excuse I'm gonna accept. There is no fucking reason for Gavin Newsom to talk to this fucking brain-rotted piece of shit. He is literally destroying American society. So why are the Democrats validating this guy? Oh my God. Yeah, just keep voting Republican. Like, it's better than communism. You could debate that they're heading towards fascism of some sort. I don't really think so. I think it's just like corruption. But yeah, it's better than fucking communism. Let me see. Hey, there's a fish in there.
Most of our knowledge from antiquity is not lost at the burning of the Library of Alexandria. It's lost between 400 and 600 AD when the papyri are falling apart. And here you are with a library of 1,000 books, and you can only afford to make 100 new books. So you have to choose which 100 of these 1,000 do we save? Because there literally is not enough industry on your continent to make enough leather to copy down all this text. You have to pick. And so the majority of what we lost from antiquity, we lost then. We lost when the papyri were falling apart. And this is also what distorted what survived, because most of the copying out was done by monks. And when you have 1,000 books and you can only save 100 of them and you're a monk, you're like, what will I save? I know, St. Augustine. I love St. Augustine. This is why we have more surviving work by St. Augustine than the entirety of all pagan classical Latin. Because the subjective tastes of the people in power at the moment the papyri were falling apart ended up being an unintentional moment of.
It's nice that everything's computer now and we don't have to worry about papyri disintegrating. Oh my God. Wow, look at this. Oh. Show up high. Oh my God, you're on your roof. What the hell? Did cats go up on your roof? Oh my goodness. Oh, they're show up high. Isn't that dangerous, being up that high? Cats are so cool. Oh my God. Cats can do anything. That's amazing. I fucking love cats. What are they chanting, VG?
الشيطان الأكبر الله أكبر أمريكا الشيطان الأكبر الموت
Yeah, you know, I think this whole like, oh, but what about war crimes? Like, yeah, just nuke him. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. $882 VG. You hear the War Powers Act trying to restrict Trump's war on Iran failed in the House of Representatives and Congress. Do you think there will be boots on the ground invasion? Probably not, in all likelihood. I just don't see that ending up being necessary. And I know that would be a very unpopular thing if Trump did that. So they're definitely, like, again, they're definitely going to try to strategize to just minimize cost, minimize risk. Like, that's one thing. And there's also political interest to just avoid that sort of thing. So in all likelihood, probably not. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Dodo Donatellers, if you saw this in Ottawa, would you give them the say that shit to my face treatment? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, you better believe it. I'd give him an earful. Would you like to be implanted with artificial muscles? My main thing would be like artificial tendons and ligaments. That would be more of an interest for me, but yeah, if you could, like, you know, change your muscle structure or something, kind of like in Wolfenstein, I guess. What is it? Wolfenstein. The new body thing that BJ got. He got that, like, weird cybernetically enhanced body. That'd be really cool. I'd be into that. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Ramadan under the blockade, the women of Havana's only mosque. Muslims in Cuba are ending one of the most beloved times of the year while grappling level of scarcity, blah, blah, blah. I don't even know how the hell they're allowed to practice their religion when they live in a communist country. That's a little weird. And secondly, why the fuck would I care about any of this fucking stupid bullshit? This sounds like the kind of thing that only some dumb old bitch would concern themselves with. Oh, you're gonna love this. Let me see. TikTok sucks. Censors everything now. Garbage. Oh. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Get fucked. That TikTok sale worked out. Oh my god, that's great. Reports that U.S.-Israeli forces bombed the Iranian Tongoyan oil refinery just south of Tehran tonight. Well, yeah. Fucking nice. Oh. The Kitterverse. He likes to scratch wood. Oh my god. Wow. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. So cool how cats like play around and do stuff. Oh my god. Oh, she's munching on a stick. Oh. Chewing on a stick. Oh, he's digging. Oh, that's some good digging. Oh my god, he's digging. Wow. Cats are so cool. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Forgot my namification, donate $2. I have come. Well, that is good. I told you to come. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Where was your date? Was she pretty? Was she a grandma? How'd it go, nigga? Did you set up a second one? Spill the details.
It was an online date. It's a long distance kind of thing. And we really get along well. So, it went well. Lots of fucking hot shit went down. So, yeah. She is gonna be moving here. So that'll be nice. But thanks for the donation, 21st. Dodo donate $2, no VG. They are straight up talking about unsanctioning Russian oil, all the while Russia's giving Iran intelligence about U.S. weapons. Really?
It sounds like the Russians are helping Iran target and attack Americans now.
That's an easy problem compared to what we're doing here. But can I be honest? It's just, I have a lot of respect for you. You've always been very nice to me. What a stupid question that is to be asking at this time. We're talking about something else. Can we keep this maybe a little bit? Go ahead, please.
I don't. You know what? This has to be the Russian prostitutes linked with Epstein. Has to be. So I think it's pretty obvious at this point. Trump probably had sex with a teenage Russian prostitute. That's what he's trying to hide in the Epstein files. It wouldn't surprise me. And fucking Bill Gates did the same thing. He fucked a teenage Russian prostitute too. It wouldn't surprise me if Vladimir Putin was involved in this, because he's involved with organized crime, got some of these prostitutes to go out to Epstein's Island and then report back who they had sex with, and they probably took photos or something or have some sort of evidence. So it wouldn't surprise me if Putin has some kind of leverage over Trump where he could share, I don't know, photos or something, or some kind of evidence of Trump having sex with some 18-year-old Russian prostitute, or maybe a 17 or 16-year-old Russian prostitute. Maybe he went out of his way to get some really young teenage girl who maybe looked a little bit older, or faked their ID to do this so he could get dirt on people. Because Epstein did end up recruiting some girls from Russia. So it probably has something to do with that. But that's bizarre. Thanks for the donation though, Dono. Mangusa $20, brush him. Oh my goodness. Oh. I would very much like to brush him. He looks like he enjoys being brushed. Oh. That is a very nice tanuki. What a handsome tanuki. I want to brush a tanuki. Oh, so handsome. His fur is going to be so nice and clean and straight and well groomed after being brushed like this. Oh, what a nice, wonderful tanuki. Oh my goodness. Wow, so person. Oh my god. Oh, he is so person. Oh my god.
Лапки свои разложил.
He's
Это
so
столовая.
person.
Или у тебя тут абонемент?
Look how person he is.
Ты все уже оглох?
Wow, that's
Yeah.
amazing. Wow. He potato-fied himself. Oh wow, he is a potato. Wow, so potato-y. Oh. They're pretty potato-y too. Oh my god. What nice tanukis. Oh. So nice. So nice and potato-y. Thanks for the donation, Mongooses. Dardo $92. They post this, yet this contradicts their theory. This will be a prolonged war. Air Wars analysis shows pace of U.S.-Israel campaign unparalleled in modern conflict. U.S. and Israel jointly claim to have hit 4,000 ground targets in first 4 days of bombing Iran. 4 days. That's more in 100 hours than the first 6 months of bombing the Islamic State. Jeez. They're, well, at this point, Iran pretty much has no ability to launch ballistic missiles. Pretty sure. They're just dumbasses. Is this a violation of freedom of religion? German court blocked a Muslim woman from becoming a judge or prosecutor in Hesse after it learned she intends to wear hijab during court proceedings. Court ruled that the state's duty to maintain neutrality in the courtroom outweighs her religious beliefs. No. I wouldn't say that's a violation of freedom of religion. That's actually pretty based. I would have figured Germany would be more cucked on something like that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Vegans are protesting a vegan deli in Nashville. The deli is struggling financially, let staff go, and the woke mob is mad. They're demanding to be rehired, severance pay, higher wages and strike compensation.
I am out to support Beehive workers today because I am outraged that half of my fellow co-workers were fired for doing their jobs too well.
You know, a lot of those people busted their ass, you know, every fucking day, and nobody deserved that. You know, no warning, no respect, and I don't want to work for a company like that, so I'm out here in solidarity with my co-workers.
You can't lay people off like that and expect nothing to happen.
You can tell exactly who these people are, by the way. Like gay retards. These are people who with no maturity, who are like communists and like fundamentally don't understand how money works. If the business is losing money and you can save money by firing off staff, then yeah, you're gonna fire off staff. Like, there's the Nashville? These people exist in Nashville. Oh my god. Thanks for the donation, Sleepy.
Anidate, didn't you learn from the last time this happened? Did she find you from Facebook just like the last one did? How old is she? Is she more attractive than you know who, and does she have a big nose?
She is about my age. You all probably know her. She does have a YouTube channel. I'm sure you'll find out sooner or later. But she's a really, really nice, sweet lady. And I am going to snack on that behind. But, as far as nose goes, wouldn't say big. Decent sized schnoz, though. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
WTF, she's moving there? She's already moving in with you after 1E8. Are you mentally retarded? What broke your brain?
She's not moving in with me. She's moving to basically a city close by. And she was planning on moving there anyway. Had nothing really to do with me being there. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st. No, it's not that vegan teacher, you fucking idiot. She's married. Dodo donating $2, and I said she's my age. Vegan teacher's not my age. I think what fuels anti-Semitism is a Jewish state doing genocide in the name of their religion. Oh, this bitch. This stupid, dumb fuck, like, retard. Didn't she get fired from CNN or some horse shit? Like, what a fucking bitch, dude. Oh my god. They need, like, they need to be just thrown in the trash. We need to normalize the truth. There's no evidence of mass rape on October 7th. None. Oh, okay. Yeah. You know, aside from eyewitnesses, literal survivors of said rapes, and the fact that Hamas admitted to doing it, I guess that's literally no evidence. I guess we can throw out literally every single fucking rape case that's in the courts right now. Because if there's no evidence of mass rapes, you know, like from Hamas, well, okay. So apparently admitting to doing it isn't evidence. Literally eyewitness accounts, like even the victim coming out, that's not evidence. So we can just throw out literally every rape case. Anytime a woman claims she was raped, well, I'm sorry, you're a liar. You have no evidence of that. Fucking idiot.
Hímale.
That appears to be a lot of missiles.
So are you still the owner of this property, 26 Avenue?
Hello?
Hello, sir, can you hear me? Hello?
Oh, that's so good.
You still the
I'm gonna
owner
watch that
of
again.
this property, 26 Avenue?
Hello?
Hello, sir, can you hear me? Hello?
Parrots. I love parrots. Okay, things changed in the last few hours. It's not looking good for Trump. Iran struck the Gulf countries hard tonight. I was not expecting that. New York Times. Congress, Iran still retains half its ballistic missile program. Even more of its drone. Yeah, that's just bullshit. Strait of Hormuz still shut. Iran can sustain this for another 3 weeks. Global markets won't survive. Okay, yeah, sure, buddy. Iranian regime's not collapsed. US burn. Yeah, that's great. That's cool. Who's this dumb fuck? Oh, look, a gay retard. Yeah, I'm gonna listen to this fucking twink. Fucking dumbass. Son Goku, don't need to learn any news on the cause of death of Stephanie Buttermore. No, haven't heard anything. No idea. Who knows? It could have been a suicide, could have been a car accident, could have been like any number of things. Who the fuck knows? Like, she also, like, it could also be something to do with like some kind of drug she's on. Who fucking knows? People can die any number of ways. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
It's either Fat Stefania or Militant Vegan the Dyke. Which one is it?
No, it is neither of those. Yeah, it is neither of those. And Militant Vegan has a boyfriend, so that's kind of a weird guess. But neither of those. I'm sure you'll all find out in time. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
It's gotta be Militant Vegan, right? She's vegan, probably looking to find a new home cause her country is cucked. She sometimes leaves comments in chat. YouTuber.
It's not Militant Vegan. No. Thanks for the donation, forgot my namification.
More cringe protesting vegan deli owner responded to. Solid response emo. The post has a couple slides to click through with the arrows BTW.
So we're out here on day 5. I'm one of the workers who still work here, and who works at the Beehive, and we're still striking out here. The only thing we've heard from management is a letter to all of us who still work there, trying to divide us and saying that we can come and talk, but no negotiations will happen. We're not willing to talk unless negotiations are on the table. So Ben needs to come to us and negotiate. And if anybody sees this and they think, well, layoffs are just a part of life, that's what happens. They used to say the same thing about child labor, that was just the cost of doing business. They said that also.
Those two things are completely indistinguishable.
About working 16, 18, 24 hours a week. But it's the people out there picketing, it's the unions who are responsible for getting...
You can't compare child labor to just layoffs. I mean, if there's bloat or unnecessary labor and the company isn't doing well, like...
That's a 5-day work week, an 8-hour work week, child labor laws. It doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way at all. We all deserve rights because we're the ones who make it happen. And we're going to be out here until...
Apparently they can make money materialize out of their ass. And if that's the case, I don't even know why the fuck they're bothering striking. Just pay your bills by shitting.
Come to the negotiating table. So...
And let me see. I built the Beehive on honesty, integrity, zero plans on faltering in the plan, mission-driven business, care deeply, community, blah, blah, blah. Had to let 7 people go to save 47 jobs. On Monday, after a humbling conversation with my accountants the week before, made the hard decision to let 7 members of our production team go. Letting people go is never easy, but it had to be done to save the company. Situation unfolded abruptly, so I understand why it may have felt harsh to some. Made the decision to survive another day, protect the overall company, and continue executing the mission of diverting dollars away from industrialized animal agriculture is simple. Running a business is hard. Yep. These people are just so stupid. Fucking deranged retards. Thanks for the donation though, Sleepy.
Are you going to become a cuck again and talk about how imperative mandatory chastity cages are for egalitarianism? Your videos from a few years ago on gendered problems were terrible. You've seemed much more aware recently.
You have no idea, dude. This girl is very much interested in what I'm interested in. Thanks for the donation, though, Paralysis. Dodo donate $2. Watch from here to the end.
They lost their navy, they lost their launchers, some of them. But about ground forces, they're armed. And you cannot demolish army from the aerial strikes. No, it's not possible. So, yeah, there is a dead end for this special military operation, for Donald Trump, for coalition forces, you may call it. And if it continues, it will just destabilize the region with no visible outcome. And deploying the ground forces doesn't guarantee that country may develop in a better way whatsoever. Very terrible situation, guys. From what I see, it is not going according to plan, if there was some sort of the plan, first of all. And we see that China and Russia, they want to help. They deliver some of the intelligence information to Iran, and this is official. United States confirmed that. United States intelligence and Pentagon, that Putin shares data about United States military bases, moving of the ships whatsoever for Iran to target Americans more precisely and in more devastative manner. But Donald Trump, he doesn't care because he likes Putin. Maybe Putin has copies all of those Epstein files.
Yep. That's got to be it. Like, I'm convinced at this point. It has to be the case.
I know, but reaction of Donald Trump, it's crazy. Let's listen.
This is crazy.
It sounds like the Russians are helping Iran.
It sounds like the Russians are helping
I never would have figured it could get this bad, but like this dude is severely fucking compromised. Like those Epstein files really need to come out because like it'll show this guy is severely politically compromised.
Iran.
Target and attack Americans now.
Target and attack Americans now. Yeah, Donald Trump. It seems like Russians are helping Iranian forces to attack our bases, our soldiers, and everyone. And the reply is crazy of Donny.
That's an easy problem compared to what we're doing here. But can I be honest? It's just, I have a lot of respect for you. You've always been very nice to me. What a stupid question that is to be asking at this time. We're talking about something else. Can we keep this maybe a little bit? Go ahead, please.
Stupid question. Russians are helping to kill Americans. A stupid question. Where are you asking? Come on. Get lost. Spokesman of the White House, an absolute same reaction.
Having me. I wanted to start you off this afternoon because we have confirmed reports from U.S. officials that Russia is providing intelligence to Iran to help it target U.S. assets in the region. I'm sure this is something that does not please the president whatsoever. Has he spoken to Putin about it?
Well, look, I'll leave that to the president to answer himself. But what I will tell you, John, we don't comment on intelligence reports that are leaked to the press. Whether or not this happened, frankly, it does not really matter because President Trump and the United States military are absolutely decimating the rogue Iranian terrorist regime.
You see, they don't care. Like, this is useless stuff. Russia helps Iran. Okay, let it be. Come on, who cares? American life losses. The main thing that we decimated Iranian regime, yeah? Decimated, really? Like it was in 2025, the last year, then you say you demolished nuclear program.
I have a funny feeling this probably isn't going to end well for Trump either way. This guy's luck is probably going to run out. Like, there's just no scenario in which Russia can possibly win this war. Like, there's going to reach a point where Putin knows he's going to die, and he's just going to... Any dirt that he has on anybody is going to get leaked. Like, he's going to fuck over Trump. He's going to show Trump probably fucked some, like, 18 or maybe 15-year-old Russian prostitute or something, you know? But that is some insane shit.
Once it's gone, it's gone. This is the barbarian you've been waiting for. Link in the description. Lovecraftian tentacles not included. Don't miss out. Before swords clash and myths collide, let's meet our champions. You know Conan, the original barbarian. Created by Robert E. Howard in 1932, Conan has reigned across pulp magazines, comic books, movies, and video games for nearly a century. Then there's He-Man and the Masters of the Universe. Blasting onto the scene in 1982, Masters of the Universe became one of the most iconic toy lines and cartoons of the 1980s. But where do these two mythic titans overlap? In the late 70s, Mattel, struggling to compete with Kenner's Star Wars toys, was brainstorming new ideas while chasing movie licenses. Space-themed toys were off the table, so the mandate was clear. Create a Frank Frazetta-style fantasy property with the official theme being barbarian. At the same time, Conan Properties was prepping for the release of the first Conan the Barbarian movie. The timing for both companies
Trump betrayed the Kurds and has repeatedly insulted, betrayed Zelensky and Ukraine, and openly supported the Russians. He then has the barefaced cheek to beg for the Kurds and the Ukrainians to help him when the shit hits the fan that Pos has no morals.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, no shit. Like, he's been a cheating, lying, selfish asshole his entire life, and he's a dumbass, too. Thanks for the donation, though, Niv.
Perfect. So Conan Properties struck a deal with Mattel to create a line of Conan action figures. According to legend, when Mattel got an early access screening of the Conan movie, they quickly panicked. Too violent for kids. Or as my friend Randall Lobb would put it,
we're talking to Mark Taylor, and we're talking to some of the guys at Mattel that were behind He-Man, and they start talking about Conan. I won't say who it was, but he said, we went to a screening of that Milius movie. Blood and tits! There's no way. We just look, and this is the Mattel guy. We look at each other and we're like, oh, we're screwed.
So they walked, and out from the ashes rose this guy.
You're a f***ing choir boy compared to me.
What followed were two major lawsuits, two conflicting narratives, and over 40 years of fan speculation. And He-Man comics that straight up lifted pages from Conan. You'll spot plenty of these visuals throughout the video, courtesy of Battle Ram blog. Back in the 80s, it was a lot easier to pull this kind of theft.
Dodo, donate $2. Let me see. We're not looking at the Kurds going in. You ruled it out. I ruled it out. They are willing to go in. I don't want them to go in.
Some Iranians are concerned that the Kurds will carve out kind of an autonomous region as they did in Syria and Iraq.
We're not looking to the Kurds going in. We're very friendly with the Kurds, as you know, but we don't want to make the war any more complex than it already is. No.
You've ruled that out?
We don't want, I have ruled it out. I don't want the Kurds going in. I don't want to see the Kurds get hurt, get killed. We've had a good relation. They're willing to go in, but I've told them I don't want them.
Kurdish forces are kind of historically useless, so I don't know. I don't know what the motivation is exactly. Like,
because this is just insane to me. Like, Donald Trump has never taken anything off the table ever for any of his things ever. He didn't even take the military off the table for Greenland, for fucking Greenland. But that's not because he
Greenland's a meme.
prefers to operate from some strategically ambiguous place, or because he's trying to keep his eye. It's because he has no fucking idea what the fuck is going on, ever. He has no.
Do I have to watch this? U.S. Shinxerian debunking Marco Rubio's excuse.
Okay, so I was kind of reading stuff online. Why are we in why are we at war with Iran again? What was it? Do we give a reason for this, or is this just kind of a we just do whatever now? We ball. Rubio says planned Israeli action against Iran prompted U.S. strikes. Okay. Not helping the Zog accusations over here, but okay, Rubio. Planned Israeli action against Iran that would have seen retaliation against American forces prompted the United States to launch its weekend strikes against.
Okay, how about this? For the price of $50, I'll tell you who I'm dating. All right? She says she's okay with me telling everybody. So, for $50, if anybody wants to know,
Because
I can tell you.
Tehran, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said on Monday, we knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces, and we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties. I don't believe literally any of this. One, I'm pretty sure the United States could make Israel fuck off if they wanted to. Pretty sure the U.S. could say, hey, we're not doing that. Okay, number one. Number two, if the U.S. was vocally and explicitly uninvolved in any strikes, I would be surprised if Iran would attack U.S. troops. That seems like it would be kind of crazy.
They've done this before, by the way.
1, 2, 3. There was a third reason as well. I don't remember, but those are the two big ones. Oh, 3, I don't even know if we would have suffered losses. We could have just moved our forces out in advance. We've done this before. Like, if you think this...
I will still twerk for $50.
It's going to be like some... rum.
I can include that in the $50 perk, all right? For right now. If you donate $50, I'll tell you who I'm dating, and then you can get me to twerk.
Going on. You pull your people out. Do you think that Trump is compromised? No, I just think... I think that Trump is a fucking pussy. I think Israel is an obvious winner for the Middle East in terms of military conflict goes. And it probably makes it makes all of our U.S. allies happy to see Iran fall, right? Like, everybody hates Iran. All your Saudi Arabia, obviously. Israel, obviously. I don't know what's going on in Iraq, but it's
I'm not watching this brain rot horse shit.
off because the internet wasn't around to call you out. Seems like they should have just made those Conan movie toys.
And that is the real catalyst for starting it off. Thinking about ideas for a line. This thing's 18s. Oh, crikey, we can't do that. Well, we do have this, which is kind of like that, but we got to do it a bit more adventure. We've got to put vehicles and all these other things in. Conan is definitely in the mix, but maybe not as vital as maybe we once perceived. I just think it's a bit more organic.
Now that you know the story, it's time to replace your Atlantean swords with gabbles because we're heading to the courtroom. I'm pretty sure you'd get arrested if you walked into a courtroom with an...
I'm not paying $50 for you to tell me which fat grandma you're dating. You can tell me for free when the time is right. I don't care that much, you cheap-ass fucking whore prostitute slut. Did you cancel your other date in Ottawa? Is Destiny on Discord?
Didn't technically cancel my date with the other girl in Ottawa. I probably will at this point. It wouldn't surprise me if she like flakes and doesn't, because like she hasn't messaged me, so. I don't think Destiny's on Discord. Let me, Yeah, he's not on Discord. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st.
Who is it?
It is Pat Jordan. I think that's her channel, yeah, Pat Jordan. So I am dating Pat Jordan. I like her. She is a sweetie.
Yeah.
So that's my girlfriend. It's long distance right now, but I'm coming for that ass. Thanks for the donation, though, Ivory. Appreciate it. Chill stream, Donatillers. Are you dating Jay for Justice? No. But, oh my god. Oh, I love lemurs. Oh my god, I love lemurs. Oh my god, I want a lemur. Oh, I love lemurs. Oh, look at that lemur. Oh my god, they're so cool. Oh, that's amazing. I want a lemur. I want multiple lemurs. I want to be friends with lemurs. Lemurs are so good. That's a nice lemur. We should watch lemur videos. What do you think of this song? Dumb, and I hate this guy. He's a retard.
New at 5, a man in his 20s has just been arrested after fooling an Ohio community for more than a year. He even attended the local high school. Reporter Brad Hamilton explains how he got caught.
Yeah, he enrolled in January of 2024.
For Detective Ryan Moreau, it felt like something straight out of a movie.
I've dealt with fraud. I've dealt with, forged documents and stuff like that. But to this extent and to this extreme, no, I've never dealt with anything like this.
It all started last week when a family contacted Perrysburg schools with a tip. One of their students, who claimed to be a 16-year-old homeless teen, was not a teenager at all. Moreau took the case and quickly confirmed the truth. The student was allegedly 24-year-old Anthony Labrador Sierra, who was living with a local family, taking classes, and fooling an entire community.
The family was actually the one that informed the school because they were made aware of the allegation that he was an adult.
How did they find out? A woman came forward saying that she shared a child with Labrador Sierra.
She had documentation including a different driver's license, different social security card, along with some photo evidence that supported her claims.
Moreau verified it all and then dug deeper. He discovered that Labrador Sierra had used federal guidelines for homeless youth to enroll at Perrysburg High.
And for nearly a year and a half, Anthony blended in. He went to school right here at Perrysburg High School, took his classes, even suited up for a couple of the JV sports teams here.
To build the case, Moreau followed a trail of fraud.
We found that he used a forged birth certificate to enroll into school from Venezuela. You know, there's still an ongoing investigation as part of this, so there's obviously certain things that I can't divulge.
Then on May 19th, police
That is some fucked up shit.
pulled him over.
Hello, how's it going? Good, how are you? What's your name, man?
And he was charged how many responded in good faith. Staff and local families offered support to someone they believed was a vulnerable.
Our goal in this was the safety of the
Well, that guy is dumb. Thanks for the donation, though, Chill Stream.
Poor Maui.
It's looking very round and orange. Oh my god. Oh. So clumsy. Oh my god. I was worried he was gonna fall. Oh, he's very clumsy. How come Maui's so clumsy? Joey, he's just this well-honed, trained athlete. Can see him just resting there. Maui's clumsy. Thanks for the donation, though, even though.
Jesus Christ, that's genuinely surprising. I did not expect it to be a brown girl first and foremost. And yeah, she's kinda chunky. I don't
she's
want
not.
to be mean, she seems genuinely like a nice and smart person from what I've seen, but good for you, I guess.
She is not chunky. She's got a nice body. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st.
It's not.
No. Yeah, we're not playing that game. I don't think so. No.
How often do you have gay butt sex with? Ask yourself. Have you ever cream pied his asshole?
We've both been too busy for that. Thanks for the donation, though, vegan faggot.
It's not Norvegan's girlfriend? Did Sugar Ryder already tear up Pat Jordan's pussy, by the way? Given that she's Australian and Sugar Boy has basically came inside every vegan girl in Australia by now, she probably licked the cum off his dick.
Doesn't he, like, travel to other countries to find, like, dumbass teenage girls? I think he's too occupied with that 19-year-old Chinese chick right now, but thanks for the donation, 21st. Ben Boy donate $2 VG as the CEO.
A registered sex offender goes viral when he's caught in the act sniffing a woman from behind.
But I definitely didn't expect him to do this. Like, what the actual
But officials say years after that incident, he's back at it again. This is Inside the Crime, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Elizabeth Milner. Hey, by the way, there's a reason Law and
This is what I would have become if I was, like, some crack addict, degenerate retard.
anything or touched me or anything. But then you notice that he goes over and does the same thing to this girl. And he'll crouch down low and pretend like he's doing something and then...
Oh my god, he was, like, just going around sniffing everyone's butt.
smell? I don't know. And the whole time I'm wondering why he's always around me. But this was our interaction.
What are you doing?
I was so freaked out when I turned around and saw him literally under me, so freaking close to me. So I decided to tell the front desk.
He's a really creepy guy. He has like these red beads, and he's like pretending like he's tying shoes, and I think he's like smelling people. I feel like you're on there.
Pull up my manager now.
It's like such a bizarre thing to have to tell somebody. Yeah, there's like this dude trying to sniff my butt.
And then I try to walk to my car as fast as possible because I don't want to run into him.
So I'm leaving now, but I just watched the video back because I was trying to
It's 38.
A man of culture.
8-year-old Khalees Crowder. What's scary is Michaela told ABC7 Eyewitness News that since she posted the video, more women came forward with similar experiences from that exact same man. She told the outlet, "I'm glad I did catch it on camera because now so many people have come to me saying that they recognize the guy, that the same thing happened to them. At least his name is out there, his face is out there, so people can be aware and cautious." Michaela posted her TikTok on August 8th of 2023. Less than a week later, police officers in Glendale, California announced they arrested a man believed to be peeping and prowling at a local home. Police said at the time, quote, "In the most recent incident, Crowder is accused of peeping into the occupied residence of a Glendale family. The family, including children, were at home at the time of the incident. Glendale police patrol officers were quickly dispatched, and the Detective Bureau continued their investigation this week." So about a week after allegedly sniffing behind Michaela, Khalees Crowder was charged with 1 count of loitering with intent to commit a crime. He was held on a $10,000 bail. Then the wife of former Lakers star Robert Horry took to
It's a crime to sniff somebody's butt. Really weird. Yeah, really weird. Thanks for that donation, Ben Boy.
Do you think she'll let you wear a Batman mask and eat blueberries out of her toes, and is that something you'd want to do? Can you record it so we can all make fun of you again? And maybe Fat Man, they slash them, will see and be jealous of your new relationship.
We've got some plans involving some costumes, but, that's going to be kept private for now. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Hopefully you and Patrick Jordan get married so she can emotionally and financially abuse you for the next decade of your life until you realize she breaks up with you, and you pretend like it was your decision. She is a PhD student and is unemployed.
Yeah, we're gonna avoid those sorts of problems, but thanks for that donation, 21st. Forgot my namification, donate $2. That can be your retirement plan if this whole YouTube thing falls apart. Sniffing strangers' butts in public. Yeah, I mean, why not? Thanks for the donation, dude.
Atlantean sword, unless it was a piece of evidence. By court of law, I officially order you badass. Conan Properties argued in court that He-Man was just, quote, Conan in a blonde wig, but the judge disagreed. Muscles and loins.
Hey bro, good for you on the girl you are seeing, but calling her your girlfriend after one date is crazy, especially since it is long distance. Also, what are your overall thoughts on with Re9? Are you playing later? I just found out Leon in Re9 is 49. Is Pat Jordan anti-Zionist? Does she want to ever have kids? Did she bot her YouTube subscribe account because she has literally like 6k views total among all her videos yet 4k subscribers? That's a trait of a psychopath if you bot your sub count.
She is a pro-Zionist. Very much in favor of Israel. And, no, she's not botting her YouTube account. Thanks for the donation, 21st. Not exactly calling her my girlfriend after just one date. It's not exactly how it went down, but, RE9 is an absolute fucking masterpiece. That is a, near perfect game. It is damn near as close to perfect as you can get. Perfect pacing, perfect level design, controls are tight, graphics are amazing, runs well. Just really, really just a lot of clever things in that game when it comes to just some of the more subtle gameplay elements and stuff. It's just great. I would have to give it a 9.5 out of 10. It's really, really fucking fantastic. And yeah, Leon in the game's 49. Not sure how old Chris is. Chris would also be fairly old at this point. I think he'd have to be like pretty much like probably around the same age as Leon. Maybe a little bit older even. Yeah, he might even be a bit older than Leon. But that's why TRT exists, you know what I'm saying? Chris Redfield is on that TRT plus shit for sure. Thanks for the donation, Indo-Vegan.
Low tier God react to that story about the middle school kids who raped a girl.
I'm pretty sure you guys heard about this.
Alright, I'll take a look. Oh boy, this is gonna be racist. Thanks for the donation, nigga. Yeah, this is gonna be racist, I'm sure.
How long have you been talking to Pat? Was this literally out of the blue, or were you talking for like weeks/months? Does she have a rape fetish? Does she know about your degenerate incel views on women?
Oh yeah, she knows all about my degenerate incel views and she fucking loves it. We've been talking for, I think, the last, like, couple weeks. She's been interested in me for a while, and I didn't really know, and then, Isaac actually encouraged her to start talking to me. So that was good. But, yeah, we really get along well. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Story or this crime. So breaking, the father of one of the three teens, 13 and 12, accused of R-ing a 12-year-old girl, brings out the race card and blames everyone else. Victim's mother speaks, and he's basically saying that it's a young black man, and, you know, he planned the black card, that it's impossible that his young black boy infected with the ROG virus would do such a heinous crime. So there's a couple of videos pertaining to it. There's comments from the mother, the father, and all of the above. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
To a very disturbing safety alert after a 12-year-old girl was in a community garden. Police say her attacker is barely a teenager, and he's not the only one being charged as an adult. Local 10's Christina Vasquez is live in Miami with the horrific details in this case. Christina.
And I do want to start with a...
How do you do TRT in Canada? You skip the doctor and buy all your steroids online. Really fucking cheap and inexpensive. Why the fuck would you talk to a doctor? They're dumbasses anyway, and you can get yoked and jacked as fuck without having to deal with any of those fucktards getting in your way.
graphic content warning. So if you have some young ones at home, just know that these allegations are very disturbing and some of the content here is troubling.
Police say for a 12-year-old girl in Miami's Overtown neighborhood, this community garden on a June evening became the scene of a horrific crime at the hands of...
So you're 12 years old? You're 13 years old?
Two middle school aged boys.
So two roglets infected with the ROG virus, 4C fungus sprouting out of their hair.
What's the ROG thing? Am I missing? Is this like a low tier god community thing, or is this a new slang that I'm not?
Well, I'm just glad you're dating within your own race. See you in 10 years when you realize how much you've been played and manipulated again. LOL clown. You're incapable of having a healthy, sustainable relationship. You wish you were Ian and Angie, nigga.
Oh, that ain't gonna happen again. But thanks for the donation, 21st. So, okay, so ROG is a racist slang low tier god made up. Yeah, I figured. So he wants to call them like, you know, the N-word or something, but he knows he can't quite get away with that. Kaminari, don't need to tell you're so disappointing. Let me see. Wormhole, you got a file. I'm not going to click on that. Also, good to know the Seaspiracy guy, Ali Tabrizi, seems to be anti-Islam.
What else do we see from the Holy Land of Mecca? But just...
ROG is an LTG thing. He got it from the Street Fighter character Balrog and made it his own thing. Okay. So it's basically like just N-word, but low tier god N-word.
An ocean of trash everywhere. Look at this stuff. Look at this stuff. It's everywhere. This is supposedly the holiest place on earth.
Didn't Ali Tabrizi quit veganism and he just started eating like non-vegan candy for some reason?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the show. I hope you've all been keeping well. In today's episode of What on Earth is Going On in the World, we're going to be taking a closer look at Mecca in Saudi Arabia, because my goodness, is this place dark.
Those two niggas raped a girl and you're hyperfixating on the fact that Loshir God is pointing out that they're ghetto ratchety niggas. Get your priorities straight. What the fuck is wrong with you? Who cares if he's Wasis? We was Kangs and Sheet, right?
Okay, thank you for that 21st. Appreciate it. We'll watch this next. It seems kind of interesting.
Big flaring giant rhinoceros noses. So
I love how that's the first thing he says when I click back on the fucking video. Oh my god. Oh jeez, this guy's so racist.
on and so forth, your typical culprits. What goes into the mind of a 12-year-old to automatically have capital R on the brain? All right, where did they get this shit from? Did they catch their parents before?
Oh, that's so good. Next Pro donate tellers, watch this to the end.
Supreme leader of the
I've already fucking seen this, okay? Then he gets blown up, and then he gets blown up, and then, yeah, I've already seen that. We've already been through this. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Like, where do you get our culture from as a 12-year-old? I mean, it's wrong at any age, obviously. But as a 12-year-old, how do you think to take advantage of another young girl at your age in broad daylight and commit the capital R? You said the Josiah one flexed his charges on TikTok? For real? Is he out of jail? I'm just trying to figure out what makes a 12-year-old think, let me commit the capital R on a chick. Let's commit gang R on a capital chick. I mean, let's commit gang R on another young girl. Like what's going on? Like how does this happen? Was the victim white? No, they would have been decapitated already.
We have a grand jury indictment charging.
Now facing serious charges to include kidnapping as adults, accused of a violent act of battery. The 12-year-old victim telling police that she was leaving her friend's house. 13-year-old Nelson Nunez grabbed her, forcing her on.
I'm trying to figure out how the fuck he got that last name.
Telling police.
Dick lengthening surgery to $2. Would you do this and become 6'11"?
I feel you creeping, I can see it from my shadow.
No, that'd be stupid. Yeah, this guy can't even move properly. Yeah, he literally is unable to move properly. Dude, rather than this, like, leg lengthening thing, did this dude ever think of, like, maybe not being a fucking skinny twink to begin with? Like, he could've... I don't know how real this is. This looks kind of fake. Like, the thing is blurred and shit. These also look like two different people, just based on the skin tone difference. But, yeah, I mean, why would you... Like, maybe just try lifting first, and then, you know, maybe... I would say never consider getting leg lengthening surgery unless you have, like, a deformity, like, where one leg is shorter than the other. But, yeah, how about just, like, get jacked, you know? Thanks for the donation, though, Dick lengthening surgery. Next Pro, donate $2. How did you watch it off stream? Didn't see you watch it. Can you watch it on stream, please? It's funny. It's not. Somebody already sent me that, and it's fucking boring. We watched it yesterday. Like, I get it. It's just not a very good joke. It's very on the nose and obvious. Thanks for the donation, though, Next Pro.
We need to step it up. If we train harder, maybe one day we'll be as strong as these guys.
Oh. Dude, that's only 105 pounds. I noticed something here. Oh my god. Dude, those girls in the back are looking at him. See? They're like, look at this idiot. Also, that is a very nice butt.
Jesus.
Yeah, he separated his pec. That's only 315. Or no, wait, 365. I could see somebody separating a pec at 365. That dude was never gonna lift the weight. Yeah, he was never gonna lift that weight. That just... Why would he even attempt that? Yeah, that just clearly collapsed. He was never gonna lift that. What a fucktard. Thanks for the donation, Killing Titan.
I see why you like her. She defends killing carnivores and she is actually an animal rights activist and is okay to have an online presence.
Actively an impressive military operation. At least admit that, if nothing else.
It sends a message that we can fuck you over. How is the U.S. weak?
Because the U.S. wasn't able to get what it wanted without having...
Oh my god.
Having to use its military. That's being weak. It shows...
That's how you get what you want. That's how you get what you want. By using the military.
Destiny's such an idiot.
Nobody takes you seriously. That's what weakness is.
Like, buddy, this guy's playing fucking Arc Raiders. Like, that game's for fucktards.
Okay, so I guess the U.S. was weak when it bombed Japan, Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Because if they were strong, they could have just negotiated, right?
Logical consistency test.
No, at that point, at that
bombing showed how weak everyone was.
At that point in time, we were already engaged in open warfare with each other. That wasn't trying to convince another country to change the way.
How does military action show?
Right, so you were weak. You had to go to war, right? Like, oh my god, he's such a fucking idiot. But yeah, Pat's awesome. Thanks for the donation, eh? Kaminari donating $2. The image I sent was a screenshot of this post. Dude, here's what this is. Kamala Harris would have been informed by, you know, the war cabinet, you know, the military generals and all this shit, that they need to help Israel take out Iran for the regime change. It'll be great for just stability in the region, to help our allies, make it easier to fight a war with China. She would have been told the exact same fucking information that, you know, Trump was given, and she probably would have done the same thing. You know, this kind of attack on Iran. The only reason she's saying the stupid shit is because Democrats are infected with left-wing commie fucking brain rot, and either they're useful idiots or true believers, and they actually started believing any of this stupid shit, or they're trying to appeal to a base of people that will never vote for them. You know, these so-called progressives that are really just communists, who are buying into all this bullshit anti-Western, anti-interventionalist propaganda. It's like, fuck the Democratic Party, dude. Like, they're just completely cooked at this point. They're just going to ensure, you know, Republican victory after Republican victory. Thanks for the donation, though, Kaminari. Or Peccini donated $2. Let me see.
The stone takes a lot out of you, so you gotta really get your mind right.
So I was scrolling through Twitter.
I don't watch this guy's videos. Waste of time. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Draw VG and Gig naked. They have their hands in the air, elbows bent at 90-degree angles. VG also has a scared expression. Also, draw one with a big cock and one with a small cock. I'm curious to see which is bigger. Also, don't say anything after you draw it.
Okay. Just give me a second. Thoughts on Kristi Noem being fired? She was fired, eh? She was always a crazy, like, dumb fuck retard. Well, good riddance. She's, like, fucking evil, too. Fucking can't stand her. Stupid bitch. Animal Liberation Donate Tellers. Why is Wilford Brimley so funny?
West Side. Hold up, what? Are you serious? Dead serious. I throw it up, I live blue now. But I'm still the same man, just a little more respected in the neighborhood. I'm with the West Side Crips now, Bob. West Side. Hold up, what? Are you serious? Dead serious. I throw it up, I live blue now. But I'm still the same man, just a little more respected in the neighborhood.
Pretty sure that's AI. It's a lot of Wilford Brimley memes. Thanks for the donation, Animal Liberation. 21st donated $2. Would you shave it all off if you were balding like this? Also, wait for the reveal. Yeah, I know what that is. Yeah. And yeah, I'd shave it all off. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Police says she was leaving her friend's house. 13-year-old.
So how did a 4Z, as in the last letter in the alphabet, Fungus Rog, get a last name like Nunez? Where is that shit even coming from? Oh, I definitely got the dad's video. Like, this dude don't look...
Yeah, Forrest Gump is great. That's a fucking fantastic movie.
Look like a Dominican or Panamanian anything. Apparently he's Honduran. Looks like 4C Fungus to me.
Nelson Nunez grabbed her, forcing her onto a couch in a community garden. Another boy restrained her, she said, and as 12-year-old Josiah Jones put rocks in her mouth to stop her from
So they committed gang R on a fellow 12-year-old.
screaming. Nunez, she said. The co-defendants only stopping about 30 minutes later when they heard her father calling out her name.
And just minutes ago, we learned from the Miami State Attorney's Office that there is a third co-defendant, a 15-year-old by the name of Xavier Tyson, who is also facing the charges in connection that he has to this incident as an adult. And those include felonies of lewd and lascivious, as well as false imprisonment. This is a developing story, and we have...
You know, it's things like this that just keep setting us back. The more rogues that commit crimes, and for those that are new, that means ratchet or ghetto, but we call them rogues. The more rogues that commit crimes, the more it resets the timeline for blacks every single time. Every time you see something on the news of somebody black doing something heinous in a crime, it resets the timeline every time. Because you know who you don't really see on the news like that? Like random Asians or something like that. They're too busy creating businesses and building things. Like my philosophy is blacks will be in last place until the end of time. Whenever the rapture happens, we're going to be in last place all the way up to the rapture. It's just too much bad shit we have done, too many crimes we commit to ever get a hit. It's too many. Every black that does something phenomenal, there's 20, 40, 50, 60, 70 more that's going to come behind you and it up. Said white boys get down even worse. It's not televised though. Blacks are now committing the white crimes. See, at first, blacks, it used to just be typical boys in the hood shit. Things, robberies. Now blacks are doing decapitations, kidnappings, R-ings. They're doing all the white guy crimes. The same crimes, like I said, the same crimes that black comedians used to clown Caucasian men for doing. You want to know what really flipped the script? The DC Sniper. I remember growing up and seeing every black comedian like, man, I tell you one thing. Man, that DC Sniper, man, I guarantee that white boy, man. Hey, when they reveal him, man, guarantee he gonna be white. That was every black comedian's niche. Every black shut the up when they...
Does seeing Sugar Ryder look like a literal grandpa with Alzheimer's make you feel old? Given that you were his subordinate essentially just like 10 years ago. When he propped you up. And you were boys. And he was young and vibrant, as you were.
No, I don't feel old. Thanks for the donation, 21st. Forgot my namification. $22. Jenny gave Forrest AIDS. Fuck her. Yeah, I know. Forrest was too good for Jenny. He just didn't. He just didn't realize it. Thanks for the donation. Forgot my namification.
Found out that it was two blacks committing those crimes. Ever since then, blacks been committing Zach crimes and Ice Warden crimes. I mean, yeah, because I could sound like any black on the planet. I'm black, so I can morph in any black person's voice. All styles, all types. Yeah, I was looking for the one where the father was talking about it. Could somebody get me that clip? That was your sonny going off a bridge? Well, I mean, you basically nipped that in the bud from biracially mixing and leaving the black community that you're in. Because, you know, there is no black community, so it's going to be some sort of a ghetto or something like that. So, you know, you go biracial, leave the neighborhood, give your kids a different experience, things change. Sometimes I feel like love isn't enough for a kid. He says so biracial mixing just turns blacks perfect. No, but it corrects that automatic infliction of rog rage.
I've been trying to install the mods in RE9. I don't know if there's like some weird problem because like they're still coming out with the new updates. Replaces Grace's noir outfit. Leon Tramp Stamp. That looks so fucking gay. That's hilarious. Yeah, we'll try installing some of the mods. I was just having trouble the other day. It just wouldn't install. One of them caused some weird glitch where her hair wouldn't load. And we had like bald Grace.
Follows out the Rogue Rage Blood. Minute 35. Okay.
After today's court hearing, as her son faces
So here's both the parents, one with locks, one with braids. You know, typical Rogue parents.
charges as an adult in a case involving of a 12-year-old girl.
I don't care if they get 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, 100 years. Guess what? I'm going to always feel like as a mother, as a woman, I'm going to always feel like it's not enough.
So that's the mom.
I really hope Netanyahu at last knows what he's doing. Trump is an idiot, so ironically it's for the best if Netanyahu is pulling the strings behind Trump and Trump is just being a good useful tool, honestly.
כי איננו מבקשים לחלק את איראן. אנחנו מבקשים לשחרר את איראן, לשחרר אותה מעול העריצות ולחיות עם...
I can guarantee you Netanyahu knows that Trump's a fucking idiot. I can guarantee you. There's just no chance he wouldn't know. Like, he'd have to. Who could possibly be under the impression that Trump isn't a complete fucking idiot? I just don't see how that would even be possible. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Mom of the victim.
The girl's mother speaking to Local 10 recently saying she just wants justice for her daughter. According to police, the girl was leaving a friend's home when she encountered the boys near a community garden in Overtown. Investigators allege 13-year-old Nelson Nunez, while 12-year-old Josiah Jones and Xavier Tyson, who was 14 at the time, restrained her.
Damn, so they sat there, restrained her, while this kid committed the R on another kid.
Police say Jones put rocks in her mouth to stop her from screaming. All three boys are being charged as adults. The victim says it went on for about 30 minutes, and the boys stopped when they heard her father calling her name. In court today, attorneys for two of the three boys arrested in this case formally entered not guilty pleas.
Not guilty pleas? Not guilty, right?
Requested jury trials and invoked discovery requiring prosecutors to turn over all evidence. They also argued their clients, Jones and Nunez, should not be.
I'd be very surprised if this is a case of like, you know, something like the Central Park 5 where they're exonerated due to DNA evidence or something. It sounds like they very clearly, obviously did this.
In adult jail.
At this point, you know, you have a 13-year-old.
So they shouldn't be in adult jail, but committing adult crimes.
Kid sitting in jail. And, me and I think my co-counsel, the lawyer for the co-defendant, we both will be fighting hard to get our clients out of jail.
As for Jones's father, he tells us the
How the f did they even get attorneys in the first place? Like, who do they call to get attorneys for them? 4C fungus locks, balding, holding on to these locks.
As for Jones's father, he tells us the allegations against his son are not true.
So he's going to sit over here and say his son didn't R somebody that clearly said that three boys R'd her. So just automatically my son's innocent.
A young black man.
Here we go.
A young black man. If anything, that makes him more subjectable and believable. Should have left the black out of it.
That was visiting Miami.
Kid Boo, donated $2. Let me see.
I called them bitches and stuff, but when they ask you a personal question, you stare
Why is this fat woman talking on the side? You're 17 and you're already fat?
You're an adult. Act like it.
Being fat at 17 is crazy.
All you have to say about me, that says a lot about you. Keep fucking talking, dumbass.
She's triggered.
I'm trying to talk to him.
I'll tell you this, they definitely put the fries in the bag for her.
Whatever. Like he always kind of debates like the dumbest fucking women imaginable. And like they're so stupid, they end up like kind of proving a lot of his points, but as soon as he debates anybody remotely fucking sensible, he just looks like a fucking idiot.
Stick I'm playing.
Huh. It's a base monkey.
Okay, 9/11, Hurricane Katrina and Sandy, H1N1 swine flu, the DC sniper, anthrax, monkeypox, bird flu, mad cow disease, the 2008 financial crisis, over 1,000 school shootings the year 2000, the January 6th attack, Spanish flu, Ebola, groceries unaffordable, rent and housing unaffordable, health insurance unaffordable, summers are getting hotter, winters are getting colder, aliens have been confirmed to be real, the Deepwater Horizon oil
in a street fight, would you do hair pulling eye pokes? Groin kicks, or is that stuff beneath you? I do whatever I need to. Like, if it's a life and death sort of scenario, then I do whatever I need to survive. If it's just like something like, I don't know, some petty kind of fight, then no, I wouldn't like poke out somebody's eye or anything. I think you would rely on your strength and skill. It just kind of depends on what type of fight it is, but life and death, I do whatever. If it's like, again, just some petty fight where you just want to like beat somebody's ass, yeah, I wouldn't like poke out somebody's eye or anything.
Bill, Afghanistan, Iraq, and Russian and Ukraine war, SARS, Zika virus, Malaysian Airlines flights that disappeared, the Maui wildfires that were never explained, the opioid epidemic, Flint water crisis, COVID-19, the world is being run by...
Okay, that guy's a dumbass.
It was with the wrong two kids, a 15 and a 14-year-old. My son is 12 years old and has a father.
That's the one that put rocks in her mouth.
That takes care of him. These allegations are bogus.
I think there was more that he said too. He's like, my son get good grade. He get good grade.
Judge did schedule a status hearing for March 18th. We'll continue to stay on top of this case and update you with any new developments. For now, reporting live in Miami, I'm Isabella Martin.
Oh yeah,
Local
Pat
10
has a
News.
nice butt.
Well,
I love
Rog
her butt.
virus strikes again. For 3 roglet, 4C fungus sprouting anthropoids. Honestly, people complain about migrants. I think rogs are worse. What's the difference between a rog and a migrant if rogs are committing the same exact crimes as a migrant? They're doing the same shit. Next, there's going to be the next big thing, especially if it gets too bad, Trump's just going to have crews out there like ICE, but just for blacks. That's going to be the next thing going on. So the father, it says if the father of the 12-year-old Aris is the same Mervyn Jones born in 1986. He has quite the criminal history. No wonder he justifies his own son's crimes. Glad that the Aris is being charged as an adult, probably the first time in his life he's ever faced consequences. So even his dad has a rap sheet. And they all got these big ass giant noses too.
He always mentions that. He's so fucking racist. Kid Voodoo and Tiller's based advice.
To your tribe.
Everything will fail.
Everything will fail.
Since women thinking by failings, you know.
What happens?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they got that right. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Them big flat ass noses with them flaring ass nostrils. False imprisonment. Look at his charges. False imprisonment, battery. I don't even know what that is. Weed, more battery, resisting of arrest. Yeah, this guy's just a textbook, right? Yeah, I heard about the Texas bar. I'm telling you, blacks are becoming the new migrants. Well, that was a migrant, but he was still black, which makes it even worse. But we'll see what happens to these anthropoids. Never fails.
Yeah, low tier god is fairly racist.
Ark. This is the holiest place within Islam, and it's not an option to go there as a Muslim. You have to go at some point in your life to Mecca. And what goes on at Mecca, you may ask? Well, let's show you. So these are the kinds of scenes that are surfacing all across the internet, mostly on X, showing you the kind of true face of what goes down. It's like pandemonium. This is like a scene from hell. There's all these people selfishly trying to get their turn at kissing the black stone. And the screams, the tramplings underfoot, people die in their hundreds here, as I'm about to show you. And women especially have a very, very hard time here, as you can imagine. And we are seeing huge...
They should blow up Mecca. Dude, if I was Donald Trump, I'd just nuke Mecca. Bro, you're gonna have a hard time convincing me to give a fuck about anybody there. Like, they're all retarded. If you were to nuke Mecca with everybody there, I can guarantee you would improve the gene pool of the human race. Like, you have to be a fucking dumbass to do this shit.
Huge numbers of sexual harassment cases happening here. So, for example, here's just a small list of them, but a Pakistani woman said that while circling the Kaaba, a man grabbed her butt and repeatedly while smiling at her. Imagine how creepy that is. A British Muslim pilgrim, who's a woman, described men rubbing their erectors against her in the crowd and grabbing her body during the ritual. Wow. Yep. An Indonesian girl who's only 17 said that a man pressed his against her during tawaf, which is like the whole circling around the Kaaba thing, and she was harassed later in her hotel. Now get this, a 10-year-old Pakistani girl reported being during tawaf and later assaulted by a bus conductor during the pilgrimage. Many women said police ignored their complaints, surprise, surprise, in an Islamic country, or dismissed the assaults as unavoidable in dense crowds. Some victims even reported guards themselves behaving inappropriately. All right, so this should give you an insight into the Islamic world's attitudes towards women. Now, I'm probably going to touch a little bit more on this in just a second, but just check this video clip out here. So this is actually a video clip of an old man, a father, being strangled to death by his son at the Kaaba in Mecca. Like, he's killing his father there. Because Islam has this belief that if you die at Mecca, you're going to go straight to heaven. Because, of course, within Islam, the understanding of salvation is a very, very strange one. Like, there's a few sure ways of making it into heaven, and I guess this is one of them. And the other one is jihad, like blowing people up to get into heaven. And that's why we see all this kind of chaos and just darkness at supposedly the most holy site. Now, one of the other interesting things about Mecca is the stoning of the wall that represents Satan. So at Mecca, there is this wall, and many Muslims believe that Satan actually lives there. Like, Satan lives in Mecca. I can strangely believe that one. And in this case, this man isn't just throwing stones at Satan, he's actually using an umbrella to pretend that he's shooting Satan with an automatic weapon, right? So this is like a kind of Hamas fighter throwing grenades, using an umbrella. And this isn't a parody. Like, this guy's not joking. This would be blasphemous. You know, he's serious about this, right? This is like a genuine role play of how much he hates Satan, and so he's doing this with an umbrella. Just quite remarkable to see this kind of stuff. Now, in terms of the prayers that you'll hear on the loudspeakers at Mecca, what would you expect to hear? You know, help achieve world peace, help my father, help my mother. Let's try and save the world from all kinds of war and poverty and violence. Let's pray for our enemies. Let's pray for good things. No, this is what you'll hear.
Didn't you shit on Australia as a whole and now you're after some Aussie hole? I guess since Stefania's pussy was too fat and tight and rich for your Somali purple poopy cock, you had to settle for a consolation prize. GG, you will break her. It's over.
You're a retard. Thanks for the donation, Gregory, and I'm pretty sure you're just 21st, because you sound exactly the same. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. I'm feeling nice and good and relaxed right now. Nice and good and relaxed. Oh, it's nice to feel good and relax. Very nice indeed. My shoulder's also feeling better. It's not totally better yet, like completely, but it is substantially better, which is good. Everything's good. Good, good, good. Yeah. That's good. We know why you got the hole in the blanket. I think that was Prismo who chewed a hole through the blanket. Pretty sure it was a cat that did that.
اللهم ألبسهم حلل الشقاء وثياب البلاء وأرذال الألم والداء اللهم اجعل حياتهم حسرة وبلاء واجعل موتهم قهرا اللهم وعدك وعذابك وعقابك.
There you have it. Now, the people that are praying this kind of stuff are now flooding into Europe. I wonder what's going to happen. Now, what I also find a little bit ironic and sad about all this is that the prayers that they're describing in terms of, make them poor, make their life miserable, clothe them in misery and garments of calamity, make their life full of pain and misery, give them a tormenting death, misfortune. I mean, you're describing the Middle East. You're describing the Middle East.
Yep.
This is what Sharia law brings to a nation. It's all the things they're trying to pray for their enemies. Quite remarkable. And what else do we see from the whole...
Yeah, despite being a fucktard who apparently quit veganism because he couldn't find any marshmallows. At least he seems a bit more based than Seb Alex, who was like fucking sad Hassan Nasrallah died, the fucking leader of Hezbollah. Fucking piece of shit. Yeah, that fucking lying coward wouldn't debate me either. He was trying to promote Islam. Such a fucking scumbag. Didn't his like kid die or something? I hope his kid died. Somebody's kid died. Something happened with, yeah. Didn't Seb Alex have a kid and had health problems or something? Yeah, hopefully his whole bloodline just gets wiped out.
Holy land of Mecca, but just an ocean of trash everywhere. Look at this stuff. Look at this stuff. It's everywhere. This is supposedly the holiest place on earth. How would you go about treating the holiest place on earth? And there just seems to be a lack of connection between the spiritual world and the physical world. There's a saying, show me the God you worship and I'll show you the kind of person you are. And this is what you see all over the Islamic world, unfortunately. Just trash everywhere. Like, does no one know how to put stuff in the bins? And even, another thing, going back to the footage of all those pilgrims at Mecca, form a line. Have you ever heard of queuing? Have you ever heard of queuing? This is maybe something that your enemies, the kuffar, could teach you so that hundreds of you don't fall to death underfoot, right? Check this out. So in 1994, a Hajj stampede caused 270 pilgrims to be killed, all right, during the ritual of stoning the devil. 270 Muslims died by their own feet. 1998, 118 deaths during the same ritual. In 2004, at least 251 people were killed and over 200 injured. In 2006, 363 pilgrims were killed in a crowd crush on the bridge, Jamarat Bridge. These stampedes often occur during the stoning ritual when massive crowds converge simultaneously. Some survivors describe people trampled to death under piles of bodies, pilgrims suffocating in crushes, emergency services unable to reach victims. Okay. You'd think, right, since this entire thing with like circling the Kaaba is meant to be a demonstration of unity amongst the Ummah, the Muslim family, the Muslim brotherhood of nations, that they're there all together, all wearing the same white garments to show equality between all the Muslims. You got old people, children, women, old men as well. You'd think that they might go about things a bit differently. You might actually think that, hey, since this is something that is salvific in a sense, right? That doing this is seen as positive in the eyes of Allah, that you might actually say, hey, old lady, you go before me. You're
Sleepy, don't need $2. Well, this is going to be stupid.
The world is not red meat, and it's not processed meat like bacon or hot dogs or even deli meat. It goes through all sorts of chemical processes involving toxic residues like hex.
Here we go. He's going to be saying soy-based mock meat and shit.
Hexane, which is in gasoline, which is a solvent. They have to go through a
Like, this is like saying, water is in bleach, which is like a poison. So why would you drink water when it's in bleach?
Colorization process with chemicals. They have to go through a deodorizing process. Sometimes they have to bleach it under high heats and high pressure. It is highly processed. Not to mention, it starts out as usually being GM.
Yes, bleach is mostly water. We are mostly water, therefore we are bleach.
Bleach. Here, drink this, Murderface.
Maybe this sounds a stupid question, but why don't we just pour bleach into our cups of urines?
No! Drink the bleach!
Bleach is healthy. It's mostly water. And we're mostly water. Therefore, we are bleach.
Literally, this guy's reasoning.
GMO, which can have traces of glyphosate, which is an herbicide. If we compare this protein to this protein or this protein, this is at least 1,000 times worse.
Yeah, so there's randomized trials on this, and there's also prospective cohort data. People who eat mock meats are healthier than people who eat red meat and processed meat. So, Eric, you're a Scientologist. You believe in Lord Xenu. You're a fucking retard. You're such a delusional fucking idiot. You believe in a religion that was made up by a science fiction writer. So, your reasoning skills aren't really up to par with, an actual human being. And you're also like a little pussy. You can barely lift any fucking weight. Like, I'm not even confident you can do like more than 5 push-ups. So people like this can talk all the shit they want about like soy and mock meat. If I can snap your neck like a fucking pretzel, I'm not really going to take anything you say seriously. Fucking idiot. No way. Does it really do that? Oh my god. He's doing the kakakash. I love cats. They're so good. Thanks for the donation, Sleepy.
Your life's more important than me. I'd rather you get into heaven first than me. That kind of altruism. You don't see it. You don't see it. It's just look at the thousands of people climbing all over each other to get to it themselves. And it reminds me of a story I heard about what hell was like when I was a kid. This idea that in hell, everyone walks around with a long spoon. And there's food around, but the spoons are too long to reach into their own mouths. And so as a result, people just walk around starving, unable to get the spoon in their own mouth. But if only they would pick up the food with a long spoon and feed someone else, and everyone did that in hell and actually showed love amongst each other, hell would, it would be a transformation. It wouldn't be hell anymore. And here's what you see, like the same thing, like everyone's climbing over each other, climbing over women and older people so that they can get there. You don't see this in the Christian world, at the churches, for example, when we're all lining up to receive Holy Communion, okay? That there's just beyond compare towards anything like this in terms of salvation. And are we climbing all over each other? No. Forming a nice queue in humility, offering our place towards the other parishioners to please go in front of me. Your life's more important than me. You go first, right? Women and children first. Elderly, the sick, go first. It's just some of the things I've been noticing about the kind of etiquette within the Islamic world. Now, here's another thing, because it gets worse, is that in the West, if anyone wants to protest Islam and desecrates the Quran, burns it, or rips pages out,
there we go.
they will be murdered within hours, potentially. But what have we heard from Mecca? Check this out.
A large number of copies of the Holy Quran have been recently found and discarded in the street drainage system in one of the district of Taif, Saudi Arabia, report said. According to Tunisian daily Al Jarida, a 13-year-old boy found the copies and his father informed the police. Footage of the copies of the Quran found in street drains was broadcast on NBC satellite network, sparking anger among viewers. This is not the first time desecration of the Quran happens in Saudi Arabia. In 2013, Quran copies were found in the sewage system in Taif. Later that year, insulting the holy book by prison officials in Al Har province led to protests in different parts of the country.
Couldn't make
in
this
2014, a Saudi citizen found torn copies of the Islamic holy book in garbage cans, again in the city of Taif.
You can't make this stuff up. So you have hundreds of Qurans in the sewage systems where all the hotels that are being occupied by all these pilgrims are coming to, pooping into the toilets, going through the drain and being blurted all over the Quran, right? Which to them is like a punishable offense. Like, you're going to hell if you do that. And in Mecca, in Saudi Arabia, the sewers, for some reason, I don't know why, probably pilgrims just like leaving the Qurans on the side road or whatever it is, filled the sewers up with Qurans, drenched in waste from all the pilgrims coming to the city. Wow. Honestly, this is embarrassing. This is very embarrassing. What else do we have here? This one is a video of a Malaysian pilgrim who was basically sitting somewhere when a Saudi man approached him, basically asking him to go up to his hotel room because he was gay and wanted to get into his pants, basically. And this is the kind of stuff that you're seeing at the holy site. You're getting gay men wanting to come onto pilgrims who are coming there. Wow. But yeah, this is the situation in Mecca. Just craziness, dirtiness. This is actually this is a Bangladeshi Pakistani ghetto in Mecca. It's one of the most developed places in Saudi Arabia, and yet here you have this is the kind of quarters where you have a lot of the Bangladeshi Pakistani people. And just look at the filth. Look at the filth. Now I'm just going to show you some verses from the Quran and just show you more of this kind of stuff. So, slay the unbelievers wherever you find them. Another quote, Muslims must not take the infidels as friends. Those infidels are non-Muslims. Maim and crucify the infidels if they criticize Islam. Terrorize and behead those who believe in scriptures other than the Quran. Muslims must muster all weapons to terrorize the infidels. Unbelievers are stupid. Muslims are urged to fight them. Not quite the case, is it though? Considering
they're inbred.
The Islamic world is incredibly inbred. The IQ, therefore, has dropped. And the Islamic world is responsible for, 0.1% of all scientific discoveries and inventions, despite making up a quarter of the world's population? Yeah, quite something.
Yeah,
when the opportunity arises, kill the infidels.
The fucking group they hate the most. Like, you see an overwhelming amount of Jews that are responsible for, like, Nobel Prizes and shit. Like, is it, like, what's the ratio? Isn't, like, fucking half of Nobel Prize winners, like, fucking Jewish or something crazy? So Christians won 78% of all Nobel Prizes, 65. So percent of Nobel Prize winners, Jewish. Yeah, Jewish individuals have won approximately 22% of all Nobel Prizes, despite making up only 0.2% of the world's population. This representation is particularly high in scientific fields, with 26% in physics and medicine. So, yeah. Muslims make up, like, what, a third or a quarter of the world's population? And there's, like, no Nobel Prize winners, and Jews make up, like, 0.2% of the world's population, and over 20% are over 20% of the Nobel Prize winners are Jewish?
Wherever you find them. The Jews and Christians are perverts. Fight them. Is this Christophobic and anti-Semitic? Or are we just only going to talk about Islamophobia? Make war on the infidels living in your neighborhood. Europe's going to be torn apart by this. Punish the
Loincloths weren't unique to Conan. After the legal battle, the verdict was clear. He-Man stood on his own. Mattel may have beaten Conan Properties on the copyright claim, but they lost big on breach of contract. In 1981, Mattel signed on a deal to license Conan toys, but behind the scenes, they were secretly developing He-Man. When the deal fell apart, Mattel was supposed to return every sketch, mold, and piece of artwork. Instead, they held on to it, breaking the contract. And in court, Mattel admitted to their wrongdoing, and the judge ruled in Conan Properties' favor.
There's a Mark Taylor interview where he says, well, they screwed up by...
Kid Boo, only $2. Let me see. Is this the... Yeah, I'm not. Somebody already sent me this. It's not funny.
Can I get an iced chai latte, nigga?
Yeah, it's just not funny. Thanks for the donation. I think you sent me that before, and I told you it's not funny.
I don't expect you to watch the whole video. I'm just curious if your thoughts on some of his takes.
Semen retention. Yeah, it's dumb. I'm actually convinced at this point, outside of like some maybe more extreme cases, the kinds of claims that some of these semen retention dudes are making, like increased energy, more motivation, reduced anxiety, those are all effects of low testosterone. They probably need testosterone replacement therapy. Because there actually is, like, that whole thing, like, they always talk about, what is it, post-masturbation syndrome or something, or post-ejaculation syndrome, where they have, like, increased anxiety, low mood, they feel, like, sleepy, tired. Those are all symptoms that correlate with low testosterone. And they've actually studied this. That post-ejaculatory syndrome, it's associated with low testosterone. This is probably
I always
just
say I'm not gonna film another
stupid.
video, and then I do this shit. It's like sometimes you just want to go through your pain alone, or you want to figure shit out alone. But unless you make videos, you don't know what this is like. It's like it's counterproductive, but also therapeutic at the same time. And then I get to watch it back and see how crazy I actually am. And then you guys get to tell me how crazy I am. And holding the... There's this pattern I see where you just have so much respect for yourself, you can't see yourself just fucking a thought on you. I would feel completely worse.
This is completely a waste of time. Thanks for the donation, dude.
By going after that Conan license, because they're opening us up to lawsuits by doing that. Maybe it was that, and it just not considering the ramifications of the conflict that could come into play with He-Man.
So sure, the barbarian DNA is there, but He-Man, he didn't just borrow from Conan, he carved his own myth, and eventually came his transformation from Prince Adam to He-Man, Castle Grayskull, She-Ra, and Masters of the Universe stood tall as a legend in its own right.
Everybody had rip-off barbarian characters, right? The conversion from the movie that they saw, the off-putting side of it, to the child's play version of it was threatening enough that they said, you know what, we'll take the generic aspect that is available to lots of people, they're doing it in various ways, and then we'll build our own.
And then there's this. Designer Mark Taylor sketched what looked an awful lot like a Conan figure. Some claimed it was.
It seems more like this could be one of Mark's sketches for Conan. The problem is the artwork isn't labeled or dated. All we can do is kind of interpret what we think it is.
So yeah, Vicor was seemingly recycled from Mattel's scrapped Conan movie toy line entirely. Let's talk villains. Skeletor, the iconic face of evil in Masters of the Universe, bears a striking resemblance to Robert E. Howard's Thulsa Doom.
As many people know, Thulsa Doom, the skull-faced character that was created by Robert E. Howard, was originally a villain in the Kull stories, not Conan. When they were developing the movie, they decided to use Thulsa Doom as the main antagonist. And the original concept art that Mattel would have had access to showed the original Robert E. Howard version of Thulsa Doom, which was a skull-faced necromancer or sorcerer. It was only later in the film that they decided to move away from that and use a human actor, James Earl Jones, for the character. I think in some ways, Skeletor is more of a ripoff of Thulsa Doom even than He-Man is of Conan.
But it doesn't stop there. In the original mini-comics, early He-Man wasn't a prince, he was a lone savage barbarian. No royalty, no Grayskull, just survival in a brutal Conan-style world. Even Filmation, the animation studio behind the cartoon, had top leadership who were die-hard Conan fans.
My dad's like, wait a minute, this could be a great show. He was a major Conan Barbarian fan, and we could do something with this.
And then there's the infamous Wonder Bread He-Man, which many believed was Mattel's last-ditch effort at slapping together a Conan movie toy.
There was no packaging associated with it. One of the leading theories was, what if this brown-haired He-Man figure was the Conan that they were going to make, and then because they decided not to do Conan, they just repainted them and made He-Man instead. It turned out not to be true, but it makes sense visually.
Mattel later claimed their Conan toy plans were nothing special, just quick conversions of their old Big Jim figures. But guess how He-Man's early prototypes were made? Clay sculpts on Big Jim bodies. The exact same process.
They started working on this concept. They wanted to have their own property that they could put out without having to pay licensing fees. Mark Taylor did the initial drawings, and then Roger Sweet said, we need a 3D model, but he couldn't get a modeler, so he basically took the Big Jim figure, packed a bunch of clay on it to give him some muscle. That was like the first prototype.
I'll be the first to admit, regardless of this whole legal mess, I just want a copy of that early He-Man prototype, because that is ripped straight from the canvas of a Frank Frazetta Conan painting.
Mark Taylor wouldn't say, we turned Conan into He-Man. He in
I
fact
fucking love those old Frank Frazetta Conan paintings. They're so fucking good.
say we didn't, but then he would say, I loved Conan, you know what I mean? I love Frazetta. That's the problem.
Yeah, Frank Frazetta, he was also really good at drawing girls' butts. Like, ridiculously good. That guy probably has the best girl butt drawings I've ever fucking seen in my life.
These guys are influenced by Conan at a deep level.
And let's be honest, Conan borrowed right back. Remco Toys, the Conan the Adventurer cartoon, and let's not forget about this short-lived...
Dude, you know, it's so funny, these fucking dorks, like, what's his name, Face Faggot or Face IQ, Face Low IQ.
And let's be honest,
they want to look like fucking 15-year-old boys and shit. Like, I'd rather look like this. I don't know, like, it's just so insane how gay people are.
And borrowed right back. Remco Toys, the Conan the Adventurer cartoon, and let's not forget about this short-lived Conan the Barbarian stage show at
No, Pat is not forcing me to dress as Skeletor.
Universal Studios, where a scrawny little teen grabs a sword and transforms into a muscle-bound freak. By the power of Krum! Sound familiar? And it gets better. The director of that stage show later went on to make the live-action He-Man film starring Dolph Lundgren.
Masters of the Universe.
This legend has echoed for decades, but now it's time for the truth to emerge. We've uncovered the original court case documents of Conan vs. Mattel, and with the evidence laid bare, it's time to shatter myth and reveal the facts. Let's get that fresh opinion from legendary entertainment lawyer Fred Fierst.
I read the case with quite a bit of particularity, and I also discussed the case with the original toy designers that happened to have the original drawings, who did what, who was there. The contract between Conan Licensing Inc. and Mattel had in it that Mattel might have similar things in development. But I have to say, I read that decision by Patterson. I thought, this is a good judge. He wrote a really good decision. He analyzed the factors correctly. He nailed it. I think he got the case right.
And there you have it. Team He-Man wins the case. Technically, the contract allowed them to make similar products, and that's exactly what they did. But here's the ultimate riddle of steel.
Steel? Yes, you know what it is, don't you, boy?
Why did they agree to make Conan toys at all? Here's my personal theory. In the late 70s, early 80s, when Mattel caught wind of the upcoming Conan the Barbarian film, they panicked. Could this be another Kenner Star Wars level hit? Why settle for a knockoff when they could have the real thing? So Mattel nabbed the rights. And for a brief moment, in an early stage of development, the Masters of the Universe team flirted with the idea of changing course and turning He-Man into an official Conan toy line. but then they got a sneak peek of the movie and saw all of that
blood and tits.
And the Conan plan was quickly abandoned, and Mattel returned to creating their own heavily inspired IP. But our friend Fred Fierce has a different take.
Mattel tied up Conan so that while they were developing He-Man, no competitor in that huge Muscle Man category would come out. Did they? I have no idea.
Here is what we do know. There's room for both.
I think the main thing that Conan and the Masters of the Universe have in common is that there's a power fantasy angle. One is clearly for kids, I have the power. Because when you're a kid, you are relatively powerless. You just want big muscles to be able to punch boulders and impress your friends. The Conan power fantasy, you get a taste of the real world. You realize things are a little darker. You got to fight a little harder to get the things that you want. But the idea ultimately is a strong person who can take care of business with their mind and their muscles.
Regardless of its origins, Masters of the Universe became the ultimate gateway to sword and sorcery. And those kids that grew up watching He-Man, they eventually grew up to become Conan fans too.
I think the service that He-Man creates for fandom is that it's basically a gateway drug for very young kids who are interested in sword and sorcery. And by the time they're like 15, 16, 17, 18, they're ready for the full-blooded Conan. The fact that He-Man exists is actually good for Conan the Barbarian.
I would say He-Man served as training wheels for my Conan worship.
It's definitely primed me for those kinds of stories.
Yeah, it's a good bet.
But look at the veins in his arms. This is where everything starts with me. I'm hoping and I'm feeling that when people do buy this Conan, that they will see.
That's actually a pretty sick figure.
Now that you have a girlfriend, are you going to forget about Joey?
No, of course not. I love Joey. He's a sweet boy. Could never forget about him. He's just so gosh darn sentient. Thanks for the donation, though, even now. That's a sick-ass figure. Yeah, I like the Frank Frazetta style Conan artwork. That looks really fucking cool. For Halloween, I gotta dress up as like Conan or Gladiator or something. I think I'm jacked enough now where I could pull that off. Especially by like October. It's a lot of extra growing time. I think that with the rate I'm gaining, I might be able to do 405 for reps pretty soon.
That they will see a little bit of this guy in here too.
Conan is such an archetypal character, this barbarian warrior. That's where you get He-Man, Thundar, Khal Drogo.
Old bones, old tropes, old ideas. Drinking Robert E. Howard water, adding coffee grains to it.
They all begin with Conan.
So whether your flag flies high over Aquilonia or you stand tall over the gates of Castle Grayskull, remember this. It's all just sword and sorcery. And together, by Crom, we have the power.
You know, it's really too bad that sword and sorcery is kind of like a niche genre. I fucking love sword and sorcery. That original Conan film was so fucking incredible, and it sucks that society is just so lame and fucking gay. That movie did really well, and then like fucking producers were like, oh, let's make it lame and gay. Get rid of all the blood, all the like decapitation and violence and murder and sex slaves and girls getting raped and stuff, and then make it PG-13. And like what sucks is they're right about it. It ended up making more money, so it just shows you that everybody's like just this tasteless fucking pussy who just can't stand murder and rape. Like, imagine that. What kind of jackass doesn't want to see girls getting fucking raped in movies? Like, you're a fucking asshole. And like those like fight scenes, especially the pit fighting scenes, like they're so fucking awesome. It's just bullshit.
Like and subscribe.
I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to fucking get through this, man. Oh my god, that's just... Oh boy. The Pierce Morgan brain rot. I'm gonna have to, like, mentally prepare myself for that. All I'm saying is, rape scenes in movies can be tasteful. You know, in movies. That's all I'm saying. I also like Kuma from Tekken 8. He's a big bear. He's a big silly bear. He has a karate thing on. He's a karate bear. He's cool. Wouldn't it be cool if there were like karate bears? That'd be sick. I'm sure we'll have technology eventually to make animals, like, really intelligent. Imagine, like, having super intelligent karate bears. Like in Tekken. I bet bears, if they were smart, would probably be pretty silly. Especially panda bears. They would just be fucking ridiculous. Look at him. Big karate bear. I need drink. I need drink now. Thirsty. I think to this day, I don't know what my favorite, like, I think at least one of my favorite movie rape scenes has to be Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. That girl who in that movie was just really cute. She has a really cute, nice bum. I'm also kind of into alternative chicks, and I really liked her trashy makeup. It's hot when girls wear like dark lipstick and shit, and like a ton of eyeliner. It makes them look like trashy whores. It's kind of hot just watching her get like, you know, tied down to the bed and everything. And she has like a really nice butt. You know, it's just a movie though. Redo of Healer had a lot of really good rape scenes. That anime. That was great. $21st $20. These are the people doxing you.
Shout out late. I think I only did 30 of those though, so 3x10. Part in the arm. And then I did tricep push down. Tricep push downs.
Oh my god. Dude, imagine. Like, by the way, there's no excuse anymore. Like, you can see how serious people train, right? I'm not gonna make fun of somebody for being, like, weak when they just started lifting. Like, obviously, if you're a young kid and you only just started training, you know, for the last, like, few weeks or a month or two or something, you're not going to be able to lift a lot of weight. But, like, this is just being a bitch. Imagine uploading this. Like, you have access to the internet, you know what hard training is supposed to look like, and this is what you do.
Hypothetically, if you were on Chris Hansen's show, what would you do? Would you challenge him to a cage fight and or ask him how much he benches? I feel like you could easily take him in a fist fight.
Like if I was a predator talking with an underage girl, well, what I would do is not say anything and get a lawyer and then just try to argue for like entrapment or something. Or like just based on like say the nature of the kind of text, just say there's not any suggestion of sexual activity even going to be taking place. Something like that. Like there's a number of people on To Catch a Predator who are smart and just got lawyers and nothing happened to them. So, like, I'm not an idiot. I've been through legal issues before, but I don't know, if it was something stupid where I was just trying to meet up with, like, an 18-year-old girl and then Chris Hansen's there, yeah, I guess I'd call him a pencil neck and challenge him to a fight. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben Boy.
I think I only did 30 of those, though, so 3x10. And I did
like, this is just not trying hard. This is what low testosterone looks like.
hammer curls.
Like, girls train like this.
12x5. Those are pretty nice. I like doing hammer curls still. I needed to train my forearms. I have really thin arms. Like, it's not even a joke. Someday I'll be bigger, but, you know, it just is what it is. I'm too lean. I'm too little. So, yeah. And then what else did I do? Oh, I did the wrist curls. I did 5x.
Like, he is using weights that are so light and easy for him that he's not even going to failure. Like, he's just getting bored, and like, well, that's enough.
All of those two on Charm. And then I did Skull Crushers, 3 a little weak. You know, that's why I'm working out though. You gotta fix.
Dude, he has like this gay bitch fucking broccoli hair growing, a little bitch fucking necklace, gay twink fucking clothes, like bright blue light sweater, and it's like, dude. And like, yeah. Did I not tell you all? They're all gay. All the people who watch the Face IQ debate and shit, they're all fucking gay.
I personally like him. He's just a big carnivore eater. But let's go.
I mean, I think.
Yeah. How's that carnivore diet working out for you, dude? Yeah, carnivore diet. So he's eating this like a fucking retard. And then this is what he's doing in the fucking gym. I just don't understand how you can see this shit. And then you're like, yeah, I'm a skinny bitch twink. I don't want to be a skinny bitch twink anymore. I'm going to listen to the skinny bitch twink and not Vegan Gains. There are people who are beyond fucking help, dude. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, I'm gonna game later. I just gotta go get a drink. I am thirsty. And we're gonna watch a bit of Pierce. We'll try to install some mods for Resident Evil. I was having trouble doing that yesterday, but we'll see. We'll try it again today. Okay, I'm just gonna go grab a drink. I'll be right back. I'm 6'2", 250. I want to be 200 pounds in 3 months. Is that possible? I lost 70 pounds in 3 months. I went from 270 to 200. Well, it was 276 to 206 in only 3 months. That was after I benched 410 pounds. So, yeah, you certainly can do that. It's difficult. Most people can't do that because it's just, well, they can, they just don't push themselves like I do. But it's mind over matter, right? If you really want to lose that weight that quickly, it's just all up to you, right? Yeah, it might be extremely difficult and hard, and you have to push yourself, but it's just all up to how hard you want to work and, you know, what amount of effort you want to put into it. So it's possible. I think I have to poop too. I'm gonna go poop and then grab a drink, then I'll be right back. Boogie boogie. All right, I am back. Here I am. Oh.
Would love to see you debate this little bitch just for the lols. His critique of your debate was brainless.
You're arguing that, like, smoking doesn't give you cancer in any way.
That's not what I was arguing.
Like, what are we even talking about? This guy is, like, makes me feel smart. And I'm not anywhere as smart as this guy. Maybe he has double my IQ, probably.
Yeah. These people are just asking to be part of a eugenics experiment, dude. Well, thanks for the donation, 21st. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see. Yeah, I finished Reanimal.
They had the deal on the table in 1947. Let's split up the country. The Jews were like, okay, we'll do that. We'll take half. Israel was very small the way it was originally drawn up. They said, no, we'll attack you and try to kill you and take it all. They failed. Then they attacked again in 56 and 67 and 73, and they are still attacking. They could have peace so easily. Just stop attacking. Do you really think after all this time, this from the river to the sea, really? You're going to get rid of Israel? They're going to just disappear? What a deluded way to look at the world, even if you believed in it. Like, Israel is not going anywhere. Let's deal with that reality. There's no river to the sea. You're not going to get from the river to the sea. This is the fundamental problem. They don't ever make a deal.
What does that mean, river to the sea?
That's what they chant all the time. It's a way to say Israel is no more, from the river, the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. In other words, we will have all that land, which you never had because, well,
Well, it goes back to the Indian problem. What do you think about our taking Indian land?
Right. Well, the Jews are the Indians of that land. They were there 1,500 years before Muhammad was born.
That's the way the Palestinians feel.
This is factual. Jerusalem was the capital, King David's capital, in 1000 BC. Muhammad is born in 570 AD.
Yes.
Okay. There was a continuous Jewish population, Jerusalem.
Yes.
Israel's the
Dude, his debate with Anna Kasparian was fucking hilarious. Like, dude, he bodies these fucktard pro-Palestine idiots, and all they can do is throw a hissy fit. So Bill Maher's great on that. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Pretty crazy how these vegans are getting so worked up over a struggling small vegan restaurant laying off only 7 employees.
Folks, we are on day 5 of the strike against Ben Sticks and the Beehive, rain or shine. He has talked to the Beehive deli workers, to his customers, and his social media, but he has failed to
and make sure the school
address us directly as the Beehive Worker Bee Committee. But we have seen his statements, and let us address it head on, something that he would never do. He claims to have consultants to advise him not to talk to us. Who are those people? Are these good faith lawyers that want the best for the workers, or are they crony, union-busting lawyers? He has attempted to set up an open-door meeting for all current employees of the Beehive, not the terminated or us as the committee. Just an open door for questions and no negotiations. This is straight from the union-busting playbooks used by No Evil. So your consultants, are they the same lawyers used by the other union-busting vegan companies like No Evil and Rebel Cheese?
This is overly dramatic. Thanks for the donation, Sleepy.
The Iranians are also trying to assassinate me, so
for me, the question is who gets me first, the Iranians or Trump?
The leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, he was martyred because he stayed at home. And he said, I'm not leaving my office and my home because many Iranians have nowhere to go, and so I cannot leave.
If you've got such freedom of speech, criticize your regime right now. Go on.
Let's give the people an entire picture of what's actually taking place on the ground and not just blow smoke up their butt.
Piers Morgan kind of really likes taking shots at that guy. Sort of like that.
9 days ago, I spoke to former US National Security Advisor John Bolton about the looming possibility of a US war on Iran. In my opening monologue then, I laid out some big practical questions which had to be answered in order to make the case for war. I'm going to repeat them so that you can judge for yourself whether they've been answered now the war has begun. Is the US planning surgical strikes against specific capabilities and powerful men? Or is this a longer, riskier, more complex operation? Is the aim to bully the current regime into compliance, or is it to change the regime altogether? The Iranian protesters don't have the guns. There's no opposition militia. So who is going to sweep in and govern a new Iran? And the biggest question most US voters are now asking, why are we doing this? Well, in my view, all of those questions remain unanswered. Ambassador Bolton has made the case for war on Iran for at least 25 years, and he joins me now, hopefully, with some answers. Ambassador, welcome back to Uncensored.
Glad to be with you.
It seems to me we just don't know how this is going to play out. Donald Trump doesn't know. Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't know. I assume you wouldn't be bold enough to say you know. But from what we've seen in this first week of this war, what is the most likely end game here?
Well, I think the hope and the intention is that by striking the instruments of state power that threaten the U.S., threaten Israel, threaten the Gulf Arab states, and also repress the Iranian people, that we can degrade and ultimately destroy them in a way that brings the regime into serious crisis. It already has a succession crisis on its hands, and see fragmentation at the top of the regime, that the opposition and elements of the regime that would defect to the opposition take advantage of and bring the government down. The reason for this action is that Iran's nuclear threat and its terrorist threat are policies the regime will never change. In other words, their behavior is not going to change. And therefore, for the interest of U.S. national security and Israeli national security, the only alternative is regime change, which is what the objective is, whether the White House says it or not.
Right, I'm sure that is the objective, and Donald Trump has certainly suggested as much, albeit with the caveat of a number of other suggestions. And it seems to me that the least likely result here is actual regime change. What is more likely, given the size of the regime and the way its tentacles spread through every aspect of Iranian society, and given the failure so far to really witness any big uprising by the people, probably because just a few weeks ago, up to 30,000 of them were slaughtered by this regime, that unless the Revolutionary Guard turn on the regime, again, no sign of that, or the paramilitaries and regular army below them, numbering well over 1 million, unless they turn on the regime, this regime's going nowhere. It might have different people at the top, but the Hydra remains intact. Wouldn't it be more honest of America and Israel to say that actually the intention all along has been to degrade the regime to a point where it's no longer as big a threat? Because that seems to me to be the most likely way out of this.
Well, I think the regime is at the weakest point it's been since it took power in 1979. And I would have said that on Friday before the strikes began. Among the people who matter somewhat, I suppose, the regime is as unpopular as anybody can ever measure. It's unpopular because its economic policies have wrecked daily life for most Iranians. It's unpopular among the young people. 2/3 of the population is under 30. It's unpopular among the women who almost 3 years ago when the regime killed the young Kurdish woman, Mahsa Amini, who refused to wear the hijab. And their protest strikes directly at the legitimacy of the Ayatollah's claim to power, the idea that they speak the word of God. The women said, when it comes to the dress code, you do not speak the word of God. And that calls into question the legitimacy of the Ayatollahs across the board. And then finally, the ethnic groups, the Kurds, the Azeris, the Balukis, the Arabs, are unhappy with the regime and beginning to take steps on their own. So if there were ever a time when the regime was weak, this is it. And the degradation of the instruments of state power should be saying to people, certainly in the regular military and perhaps in the Revolutionary Guard, the days of this regime are numbered. It cannot protect its supreme leader. It cannot protect its key assets, the nuclear weapons program and the ballistic missile program. It cannot protect itself. And if it cannot protect itself, it's only a matter of time before it falls. Which side do you want to be on?
Now, critics will say, listening to that, well, come off it, John Bolton. Let's go back to 2002, 2003. You would pretty much have made exactly the same speech in an interview like this about Iraq and about Saddam Hussein and about the threat from his weapons of mass destruction and the repressive impact he had on his people and women and so on. That, it's the same playbook 23 years later, but we've learned nothing. And that surely the lesson from the Iraq war was if you don't really have a plan for after you topple the leader of a regime like this, then all hell can break loose, and actually you end up with 20 years of mayhem and ISIS and everything else.
Well, in fact, we did eliminate Saddam Hussein. We can debate the weapons of mass destruction issue. He kept 3,000 nuclear scientists and technicians together. He called his nuclear mujahideen, who had the intellectual capability to put the nuclear program back together. And I would say that our mistake in Iran was not that we didn't have a plan, is that we had a plan that put the U.S. in the position through the Coalition Provisional Authority of being part of the Iraqi political scene. I think that was our mistake there. The issue for the United States is the threat of nuclear weapons and the threat of terrorism. I'd like to see a transition to some kind of system that the Iranians are satisfied with. It seems impossible to believe we could get a worse government than the one that's there now. But it's not possible to lay out a 500-page plan of what the day after will look like. And that's been true throughout human history, not just in Iraq in 2003. When the Americans declared independence from your ancestors, they didn't have a post-monarchy plan either. Yet we were able to work it out. Why do you think the Iranians can't work it out?
Well, I think it's very complicated. You've got a country of 90 million people with so many different factions. When I read things like the CIA are going to encourage the Kurds to rise up, I'm thinking, well, that could, if you're not very, very careful, that's the kind of thing that could precipitate quite a widespread civil war with all sorts of factions jumping in and causing many years of chaos. But, it's all very unpredictable. Do you feel, John Bolton, there's a sort of weird situation here for you personally? On the one hand, the Trump administration is trying to put you in prison. And on the other hand, you're in...
I don't know how tall Pat is. I'm pretty sure she's pretty small. Let me see. I don't know if she has her height listed anywhere. I don't know. I'm pretty sure she's pretty small. She's probably like somewhere between 5'2" and 5'4", if I had to guess.
Emerging as one of the leading cheerleaders for its war in Iran.
Well, the Iranians are also trying to assassinate me, as they are trying to assassinate Trump and others who they attribute the strike against Qasem Soleimani to. So for me, the question is, who gets me first, the Iranians or Trump?
I mean, that's a pretty... When you put it like that, I mean, there's a truth to that, isn't there? How do you feel about that on a personal level?
Well, not wonderful, but I think from a perspective of American national security, I think the case was true for 20 years, that the answer was regime change in Iran. I'm only sorry I didn't persuade Trump to do it in the first term.
Many people are looking at Donald Trump now, and even if they voted for him, they're thinking Does he know what he's doing here with Iran? Will this define his presidency, his legacy? Will it define how he's looked back in 100 years in terms of the history of this? You, in your memoir, The Room Where It Happened, obviously you worked with him in the first term, you said that Donald Trump was stunningly uninformed and lacked basic knowledge of major foreign allies. Given that assessment that you made, how much do you trust him with what's going on now?
Well, there's no telling what he's going to do.
Mia Khalifa is a piece of shit. She is a Holocaust denier and wants to exterminate the Jews.
I think the objectives are correct. I think he's already made mistakes that may be fatal. I think they're correctable, but he needs to correct them. He didn't make adequate preparation in American public opinion to make what I think is the extremely strong case that regime change is the answer. Indeed, today, because of subversives within his own White House, starting with the vice president, who don't agree with this policy, you can be sure of it, he's impairing his own ability to make the case. Likewise, and closely related, he didn't make the case to Congress in advance. He didn't prepare the groundwork with allies in advance. And as I mentioned a moment ago, my gravest concern is that he hasn't cooperated efficiently or sufficiently with the opposition. They're the ones that have to make a lot of key decisions and take key actions on the ground to help fragment the regime, without which the odds of success decrease significantly.
Ambassador Bolton, always good to have you on Uncensored. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks very much for having me.
Well, I'm joined now by my panel, Omar Badr, the Palestinian-American journalist, Aaron Mate, investigative journalist with The Grey Zone, Matt Taddeo, the US Special Forces veteran and host of Speak the Truth, and by Emily Schrader, the Israeli-American journalist. Well, welcome to all of you. Matt Taddeo, from a purely military standpoint, we're all watching this.
So this guy's a faggot, this guy's a terrorist faggot.
I think in the civilian world, with kind of a mixture of shock and horror and awe and wondering what the hell is going on the battlefield. It looks like Israel and America have attacked Iran, and Iran has now responded by attacking pretty much everybody. And when you see hotels in Dubai being hit and so on, people understandably are in the grip of panic. But from a military perspective, I saw Pete Hegseth today, the Secretary of State for War, arguing very strongly that this war was going extremely well for America and Israel. Is that your assessment?
I guess we got to figure out and define what victory would look like for the United States and Israel to determine whether or not it's going extremely well, right? It's like you were talking with Ambassador Bolton. Are we looking for a regime change, or what is our objective actually on the ground? Because it's changed over and over. But from right now, from what I can tell, yes, I would say that there's several different measures that we could use in order to say that it's going pretty well. Even though Iran's getting off a lot of ballistic missiles and a lot of drones, vast majority of them are in fact getting shot down. Casualty numbers are extremely low for the amount that they've actually fired, which tells what a great job the United States and the coalition forces are doing over there inside the Middle East. Not the Red Sea, but the Strait of Hormuz. We can take a look at that. I was actually just looking at that right before I come up here. There's plenty of ships that are still sailing through there, despite Iran claiming that it's been shut down. And the Iranian Navy's been decimated. The U.S. just announced we sank another submarine, first submarine sank since World War II with a torpedo. So, by those measures, sure, we're decimating a lot of infrastructure. We're taking out vast amounts of the IRGC and their military capabilities. But the people also have to understand that Iran's got tunnels just dug into these vast mountainsides, and they're storing a lot of their drones. They're storing a lot of their ballistic missiles. So when they're above ground, sure, we can attack them. But when they're dug into those mountainsides, you got to give credit where credit's due. They did a good job planning ahead. It's very hard to target those.
Aaron Mate, what is your overview here? Because it seems to me there are a lot of people who have extreme views either side. Let's take most people in the middle, like most regular people I've talked to, be it in London, in New York, in Sydney, wherever it may be. They kind of think, look, the Iranian regime is awful. The Ayatollah was a terrible, tyrannical person. He repressed his people. Clearly, Iran has sponsored terrorism throughout the region. There's kind of unanimity about that aspect of this. But they're not necessarily buying in, according to all the polling, and I'd be worried if I was Donald Trump about this, that they're not buying into the imminent threat that Iran was posing, not least because last summer we had a 12-day war in which we were informed afterwards Iran's ability to develop a nuclear bomb had been pretty well decimated. Yet here we are, just 8 months later, with apparently an immediate pressing need to go into full-blown war with Iran because of the impending imminent threat of them creating a nuclear bomb. And people are like, well, how can those two things be true?
I think it's hard for people to buy into the case for war when it's such a transparent crime and the pretext is so incoherent.
What crime? So Iran can commit terror attacks, and that's fine, but stopping them from committing terror attacks is a crime. So, like I said, this guy's a gay fucking retarded faggot. This is what being a beta male, having no nuts, and being a fucking communist gets you. Look at this little bitch, dude. Look at this fucking pussy. This is just like what a bitch looks like.
The Trump administration in recent days has given us so many different explanations. First, they claimed that there was intelligence.
Hey VG, I saw the latest Pixar flick, Hoppers. Spoiler alert, it was not very good. How it got a 96% rating on Rotten Tomatoes is a mystery to me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. Zootopia looks really good. I do want to watch Zootopia. But yeah, Hoppers does not look that great. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Of an imminent threat to U.S. troops in the region. Then, when the Pentagon briefed Congress, they had to admit that was not true. Then Marco Rubio said the other day that, well, we knew that Israel was going to attack, and if Israel attacks, then Iran would retaliate against our forces. So to protect our forces, we had to strike first. And then that was immediately walked back because who signed up to go to war for Israel? And Trump even admitted that that was a lie when he said that he struck first because he thought that Iran was going to attack, which is also a lie because the Trump administration has been lying the whole time. They lied when they went to these negotiations last week in Geneva. They told the Iranians, and I know this from sources who were there, the Omani foreign minister who brokered this has also confirmed this. They told the Iranians that they were okay to just discuss.
You'll notice they're hyper fixated on just like dumb shit, pointless lies that don't really matter. You know, when Americans do it, like, oh, well, why did we attack Iran? Israel was going to do it first. Oh, that's not true. And then they hyper fixate on something stupid like that. But then when Iran lies and they say, oh, we're not developing nuclear weapons, we're just enriching uranium to a point where we can use it for a nuclear weapon for no reason. Oh, well, why would they be lying about that? They don't want nuclear weapons. The U.S. is lying. They're saying Iran's making nuclear weapons when Iran said they're not making nuclear weapons. Like, I'm so done with these fucktards, man. Like, again, I'm just done with arguing with them. Why would I take someone who looks like this seriously? Can you even do 5 fucking push-ups? Like, this dude's a fucking bitch.
Discuss the nuclear issue. And on that front, Iran was totally accommodating. Just as Iran respected the Iran nuclear deal that was reached back in 2015, which even the Trump administration in its first term had to certify that Iran was respecting, Iran also was willing once again to have a new JCPOA that would have resolved the nuclear issue. And Wickoff and Kushner pretended as if that was okay. Meanwhile, though, the Trump administration's real goal, which they've been planning for months with Israel, is regime change because Iran insists on the right to defend itself from Israeli aggression. That's why the issue of Iran's ballistic missiles.
Oh, the right to defend themselves from Israel aggression. Okay, well, maybe they shouldn't, help plan the October 7th attack and fund terrorism. Ever think of it? You know what? Like, why am I even arguing with you? You're a fucking pussy. Nobody should even be listening to you because you're a bitch.
Missiles has been such a big issue because Iran can defend itself. And Iran is among a small number of states that stands up to U.S.-Israeli hegemony in the region.
Oh, they're standing up. Oh, is that what you call the October 7th attack? Okay. Well, you know what? Bring out the nukes. If it's okay for Iran to support terrorism and kill thousands of innocent people, well, okay, let's just play by their rules, right? Why do you think they wanted to make that nuclear bomb? So let's just play by their rules. Let's nuke the fuck out of Iran and obliterate every fucking man, woman, and child living there.
That's why, from the point of view of the Trump administration, they had to go. And that's why they led us into another disastrous regime change war that threatens, just as the Iraq war did, to blow up the region. It's already caused so many casualties. We have to stress one of the first victims of this assault, this aggression, was a girls' school in Iran where around 165 children were killed. And we all know the U.S. and Israel did it. They haven't denied doing it, which to me is...
Okay, so again, if this guy cares so much about children, why isn't he concerned about Iran killing children? They used child soldiers in the Iran-Iraq war. They would get children to run out into minefields and use them basically as cannon fodder to just blow up mines so that other troops could advance safely. That's what Iran does to children. So if this guy was so concerned about fucking children, then maybe he'd want a regime change in Iran.
confirmation that they were behind this. And there's many more people who will lose their lives simply because Israel and the U.S. couldn't accept diplomacy. They couldn't accept a peaceful way to resolve an issue that really wasn't an issue because Iran didn't even have a nuclear weapons program. As Trump's own intelligence community started to just.
You know, I can tell what this guy's penis looks like just by looking at his face. Wait. That's what his penis looks like. He's got two little balls and some weird, gross, like, scrunched up dick.
Just 1 year ago.
Okay.
Do you mind if I respond to that, Pierce?
I would say, well, yeah, you can, yeah.
Yeah, so first of all, you brought up the JCPOA, and I understand that Donald Trump ended up backing out of the JCPOA, but let's be honest for a second here. The United States and Iran weren't the only countries that were in the JCPOA, were there? We actually had the entire EU, we had the UK, we had Germany, we had Russia, we had China, and all of those countries were also beholden to the JCPOA with Iran. So they weren't actually keeping up to that over time after the U.S. backed out. So if you're going to blame the United States of America for the reason Iran decided to start enriching uranium, we're not going to hold any of these other countries to account. You also ended up bringing up saying that he, hold on, I didn't interrupt you. Hold on, no, I'm not holding up. I didn't interrupt you. And then we'll take it up a step further. We'll say that he lied to the Omanians. The mediators over inside of Oman. Why? Why would you say that? Because the fact is that Iran refused to discuss anything but the nuclear program. That's it. Just uranium enrichment. Just uranium enrichment. That's the only thing they wanted. And the Trump administration told them time and time again that that is not going to do it. That's not going to be enough. Further, you said that there was no imminent threat to U.S. troops. When was the last time you were in the Middle East wearing a uniform, carrying a rifle?
Well, I was in the Middle East just a few months ago.
When was the last time you were in the Middle East wearing a uniform, carrying a rifle? No. It was a simple question. If you can say never, that's great, because I have been. For both my country and yours. And so when I'm over there, I'll tell you what the number one cause of U.S. casualties over inside of the Middle East was, and that was the IRGC. 1 out of every 5 to every 6 U.S. service members wounded or killed in the Middle East came from the IRGC. I'm sure you're aware of this. You just chose not to bring that up. So yes, there's always an imminent threat. No. I'm not done. There is an imminent threat to U.S. troops over inside of the Middle East, and there always has been, and there's going to continue to be. They have killed thousands. So don't sit here and pretend like they're not an imminent threat to, U.S. troops. Then we can address your Israeli aggression, and they got to have ballistic missiles for Israeli aggression. Remind me again,
this little beta male's getting fucking stomped. Get fucked. Yes, bring on more guests like this.
That funds Hezbollah, the largest non-state terror organization in the world? Is it the IRGC that funds the Houthis down in Yemen? What about Hamas? Do we want to talk about those? Because those, my friend, are a direct threat. And that, my friend, is aggression, whether it be through proxy organizations or not. So if you want to actually sit here and speak, let's give the people an entire picture.
Seriously, when are we going to see a great movie from Pixar again? At least Toy Story 5 looks good.
Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully Toy Story 5 is good. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Picture of what's actually taking place on the ground and not just blow smoke up their butt.
Okay, can I address his points or not?
Dude, he got smoked.
I'm going to come back to you because I want to give the other two
that
panelists
is just
a chance
embarrassing.
to say something. I will come back to you and give you a chance to respond.
Buddy, he just cut your fucking nuts off. You're a fucking tranny now. Like, shut up. There's absolutely no point for this guy to open up his mouth again. This guy shut him the fuck up.
Let me just talk to you here about, I remember when Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine 4 years ago, there was, a lot of general consensus that this was a despicable, illegal invasion of a sovereign democratic country, and he should be repelled, right? But don't the validity of that argument, doesn't that get damaged if Israel and America just decide to unilaterally attack Iran? Doesn't it send a message?
No, Iran is committing terrorism against Israel and American allies, so no.
To China that if they want to go and take Taiwan, well, they can now do so.
No, Taiwan isn't committing terror attacks against China.
So they just have to present a case that they feel in peril, they feel under threat, as Putin said about Ukraine. In other words, if international law just gets completely ignored and shredded, as it has been here, clearly,
oh my God,
then where does that leave the world? Where does it leave us?
None of this violates international law, you fucking idiot.
When people that America would view as very bad actors in the world stage use the same arguments to get what they want.
Well, I obviously understand your point, but I think it's a bit insulting to Ukraine to compare them to the Islamic regime in Iran. This is not a democratic state. It's a terrorist
I'm not
state that
comparing
has
the
existed
regimes.
for 47 years.
I'm comparing the decision-making by those that attack and the way the world responds.
Fair point. Fair point. I'll give you that. But I don't think it's at all the same thing. I think it's comparing apples and oranges. I think that this is in coordination, in adherence to international law under Article 51. Of the UN. And I think that it's that this regime has posed a clear and present danger to U.S. troops for many, many decades. I mean, their entire ideology is built on this concept of death to America. One of their first actions that they did was to take over the U.S. embassy and hold hostages for 444 days. Now, you could say, oh, well, that was just during wartime. That was something about revolutions. No, that's something they've continued throughout that time since then. And I think more importantly, you know, when you want to talk about hegemony, look at what the Islamic Republic has done in this region. They are the expansionist power. They are the ones who are destabilizing the entire region. That Islamic regime is responsible for more deaths of Arab Muslims than any other single entity or organization in the Middle East. They're responsible for Hezbollah. They're responsible for the terror proxies in Iraq. They're responsible for the destabilization and terror proxies, including building IRGC bases in Syria. They're responsible for the Houthis in Yemen and launching a terrible, bloody civil war that happened there. Of course, they're responsible for Hamas and Islamic Jihad in Gaza that have completely destabilized Palestinian society and kept it stagnant from progressing. So there's a lot of things on the table here, a lot of examples of how this regime has expanded their influence, and that is by design. The ideology of the Islamic Revolution, the concept of it was to export the revolution. Those are their words, not mine. And that is exactly what they have done through their terror proxies and their efforts overseas. And it's not just the Middle East either.
These two gay retards are thinking of what to say next, and they're gonna be like, what about the children that died? Innocent civilians? I can guarantee you that's what's just. There's a bunch of marbles clanging around their brain, and they're just gonna say, innocent women and children, though.
Either, which is something that presses, or I rather makes the case for the military operation. Now, this is also in Europe. We know that the
I watched the Devil May Cry Netflix show for about 30 seconds, and I turned it off. I literally could only handle watching that for 30 seconds. That was one of the most horrific adaptations I've ever fucking seen in my life. That was so fucking bad. Whoever made that show did not understand the character Dante at all. Not one bit. Did not even come fucking close. Like, Dante in the games was fairly quiet, and just an extremely kind of confident and sure of himself, fearless kind of dude. But like when it was appropriate and funny and witty, and it showed confidence and would like scare and intimidate his enemies, he'd like make witty one-liners and make jokes and stuff. He's kind of a lighthearted kind of guy. And then like they did the Netflix adaptation, just yappity yap, can't stop talking, obnoxious fuckwit that you just wish would shut up. That was so bad.
The UK, for example, has been used in a way as a playground for money laundering for the IRGC. They've carried out assassinations and attempted assassinations, as well as attempted kidnappings on European citizens on European soil. And they've also done the same in the United States with the attempted kidnapping of Masih Alinejad. They've also attempted to carry out assassinations in Washington, D.C. It is not contained to the territory of Iran. And that precisely is the problem. Every action that Israel has taken has been in defense to the aggression and the attempt to eradicate the state of Israel, but also the entire West. And so this idea, this fantastical notion that everything they've done is somehow just in response to whatever the West has done or whatever the United States has done, it's delusional. It's absolute nonsense.
Okay, let me bring in Omar Badr. Omar, you posted this. Well, I just want to read to you something you posted, Omar. You said when it was 4 Americans have been reported dead. You said 4 Americans whose families have been devastated just because Trump wants to help Netanyahu play emperor of his region. Hundreds of Iranian families have also been destroyed for the same reason. Thousands more to come, unforgivable. I would say, before I let you respond, that in relation to what Aaron said, we still don't know for sure what happened with the girls' school. And I think until we know for sure, then we should at least preface it by saying we don't know yet for sure. Because there are counter arguments about how that may have happened. But Omar, your response to what Emily said there.
Sure. I'll address a couple of things. On that note, I think that's absolutely important just to put things in perspective.
Panda, don't need to tell you, I really hope you're in the mood today for some cuteness. Oh, Gains, oh, great one. Albino Panda. Those aren't infrared cameras. Wow. I don't think it's albino. It doesn't look like it has red eyes. That's a nice bear, though. Wow. Oh. Look at this little sea potato. Oh, that's a big fish. Oh, that's a big fish coming to say hello. Oh, look at that big fish. Oh, that's a nice big fish saying hello. Hey. Whale. Oh my god. Albino humpback whale? My goodness. What a nice, friendly whale. That's a nice whale. Oh, what a sweet whale. I love whales. Oh, that's a big sea potato. Oh my god. Look at that big sea
Women
potato.
cannot market themselves without sexualizing themselves. Because in reality nobody gives a shit about what women actually have to say, cause it's usually stupid as duck.
Alright, I'll look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. Thanks for the donation, Panda. Let me see. It's a nice cat.
For what they're wearing or like how they're filming certain lifts, like if they're filming from the back a little bit too much. Like, I agree, sometimes the way that a lift is filmed probably isn't the best angle for filming an exercise, but at the same time, like, you're kind of missing the bigger picture here, and that is only 26% of women weight train, at least according to Google. I feel like that's a little bit high still, and we're fighting a huge issue with women as they
This reminds me of one of the reasons I don't like Hoppers is because it tries to teach that humans aren't that bad a species, which you would disagree with, VG.
Yeah, that's, humans are pretty bad. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
age where, you know, bone density is super low. Each decade of life, we're losing muscle mass. So even if some exercises are maybe not filmed the best way, like, at the end of the day, I don't care because women need to see more women lifting. I keep seeing all the...
I'd agree with that. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing overall that, you know, women weight training is tied to sex appeal. Like, honestly, I think a huge reason a lot of dudes get into weight training is largely sex appeal as well, like being attractive to women. The whole reason I started weight training is so that I could get pussy in high school. So if it gets more more women lifting, yeah, I mean, there's some like ridiculous shit though. Not that I'm complaining, but there's some crazy fucking women's athletic wear where you're literally just wearing like bedroom sex lingerie to the gym. But you know, it is what it is. Whatever. I'm not going to complain about seeing chicks like pussy and asshole through her yoga pants while she's deadlifting.
of the fact that at this point, 6 Americans have been killed, and they did not die honorable deaths defending their own nation or homeland. Their lives were wasted by Donald Trump because he is fighting this war of choice, this illegal act of aggression, in order to help his buddy Netanyahu, who is, by the way, a wanted war criminal, wanted by the International Criminal Court, to help him play emperor of the Middle East. That's what American lives.
There we go. So it doesn't respond to anything about Iran, just Israel bad.
Which would do people defend humanity so much when so much people just suck?
Yeah, that's true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Bro, this dude is such a fucking gay pussy. Yeah, Netanyahu's acting as emperor of the Middle East, buddy. Khomeini, like, orders mass executions. Like this guy is a terrorist. He just wants to kill Jews and create an Islamic caliphate. Why don't we do that to him? Like, just have him publicly executed like they have in Iran because he's doing stuff that we don't like. You know? Like, if he's fine with Iran doing it, then okay, let's do it to him. You know?
Are being wasted for. And frankly, when it comes to the school as well, all available evidence right now points to the fact that this was a strike either by the United States or Israel. There's been multiple investigations, including by Al Jazeera on it, that I think is worth checking out. So we're dealing with a reality where right now, more than 1,000 Iranians have been killed, their lives completely destroyed, where you have these girls in that school will never grow up to become teenagers, and their parents will never see them again. And for what? In order for Netanyahu to play emperor of the Middle East. That is what we're fighting for. And there are endless lives that are going to be taken in the near future.
You're not fighting for anything, buddy. You're overweight.
Why do people defend humanity so much, VG, if we suck?
'Cause they're like gay retards. Thanks for the donation, Dono. This guy is a overweight, out of shape, middle-aged man, and then he's like, "This is what we're fighting for." Buddy, whining and crying on Twitter isn't fighting for anything, and nobody's taking you fucking seriously. So, yeah, dipshit. America and Israel's clapping fucking Iran's cheeks. They're clapping Hamas's cheeks, Hezbollah's cheeks, Houthis' cheeks. What are you, like, nothing you're doing is fucking doing anything. Nobody cares. You're a bitch.
Not just in Iran, but in neighboring Arab countries and in Israel and American troops. This war is a moral abomination and there's no way to defend it. And I just have to comment on the chutzpah that Emily just displayed, talking about Iran as an expansionist country at a time when Israel is illegally occupying the Palestinian territories, the West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem, illegally occupying a massive part of Syria that has expanded since the Syrian government has fallen, even though the new government is bending over backwards telling Israel that they're going to protect them and do whatever they want, and occupying parts of South Lebanon, refusing to end them. Israel is literally physically expanding on the ground in contravention to international law, and they are the dominant, most significant terrorist regime in the entire region. And just on that note, I want to address Matt's moral confusion here, is that he seems to be under the impression that an Israeli regime that is engaged in illegal occupation, has a system of apartheid, engaged in genocide in Gaza, is allowed to have illegal weapons, including nuclear weapons. But how dare Iran on the other side have conventional weapons because he views them as a threat? International law doesn't mean anything unless it applies to everybody equally. Rules don't mean anything unless they apply to everyone. And if you judge by that double standard of saying people that we like get to do whatever they want, commit whatever crimes they want, and have whatever weapons they want, but people that we don't like don't get to, then that is just an elementary moral hypocrisy, and it is not.
What? So, like, if we go by the standard, so he'd be fine with, like, I don't know, convicted child rapists, serial killers or something, if they get out of prison, like, owning firearms? Like, if you're a horrible, violent criminal, you should be allowed to have a gun? Like, is that, like, because if we follow that to its logical conclusion, presumably he thinks anybody should be able to have access to a weapon, right?
Not a roadmap for stability. You play in a world in which might makes right and you can do whatever you want. That is a recipe for eternal conflict and eternal death. It is simply not morally coherent to want to live in that kind of world.
So I appreciate
I think if you want to talk about moral coherence and consistency,
hang on, sorry.
where was your outrage?
Wait a minute, Emily, I'm going to come back to the panel for your response to that, because I want to take a short break now to be joined by one of the most strident critics of the argument that the US faced an imminent threat. Senator Mark Warner is a Virginia Democrat and a Senate Intelligence Committee member. Senator Warner, thank you very much indeed for joining me on Uncensored. Congress is due to vote on a war powers resolution to curb President Trump's use of force in Iran. It would call for an end to military operations in Iran within 30 days, unless Congress provides authorization for use of military force or a declaration of war. So let me just first ask you, how will you vote on that?
I will vote yes. This is a war of choice. I am one of the strongest supporters of Israel in the Congress. But I think when we put American troops in harm's way, it should be based upon imminent threats to America.
Oh my God. Yeah, don't vote Democrat. Get these fucking people out of office. Like, they're just commies.
There was no imminent threat. I was, as a matter of fact, down in the part of my state, Virginia Beach and Hampton Roads, where the vast majority of the sailors who are deployed on the fort, who are in combat right now, and hearing from their family and loved ones saying, why are they there? What is our goal? The administration has said initially this was about nuclear weapons, although the administration claimed those were obliterated 6 months ago. Then it was about ballistic missiles. Then it was about, recently they even said, the Iranian Navy. And then the president has called for regime change. And again, I shed no tears over the death of the senior Iranian leadership. Awful. It is an awful regime, 47 years of tyranny. But I worry, particularly on the last one, if the president is calling for regime change, and if the Iranian people respond, and if there's 100,000 Iranians protesting on the streets of Tehran, and the IRGC then goes out and murders 5,000, 10,000, 15,000, what is America and our few remaining allies' obligation then? So I think if the president
Do you and Pat disagree on anything? Is she an ex-Muslim? BTW, the Professor Morandi part coming up is pretty funny lol. Remember when Pears let that Iranian girl shout Persian death threats at that professor?
I don't think she was ever Muslim. I don't think so. I don't even know what her, ethnic background is. She looks like some kind of Asian. But, I don't know. I haven't found anything that we disagree on yet. We both like Sailor Moon, too. I really want to watch Sailor Moon with her. I like Sailor Moon. Sailor Moon's just cool. Thanks for the donation, eh?
wants to make a war choice, and Iran are bad actors. And if he wants to say we want to start a war with Iran, he needs to come to the Congress and the American public and make a case. So far, we've had 3 or 4 different cases made, and I think most of the explanations have fallen short.
I agree about the mixed messaging. It should also be said that 2 Democratic presidents in history, modern history, have bypassed congressional prior approval for shorter or limited missions. Bill Clinton in Kosovo in 1999, Barack Obama in Libya in 2011. They argued these didn't constitute hostilities under the Act's definition. But, to most laymen, they would look at this and say, well, it's hypocrisy by the Democrats. When it's your president doing the same thing, then everyone signs up to it. When it's Donald Trump, suddenly it's a terrible thing that has to be stopped. What do you say to that?
What I say to that is, Pierce, normally,
she supports
in the case
Israel.
both in Libya and Syria, if my memory holds, it was in reaction to incidents that were taking place. And our hand was forced. Matter of fact, if the president had decided to strike in early January, where literally millions of Iranians were on the streets urging regime change, I might have agreed or disagreed, but there was at least a logical point in time. And the reason he couldn't at that point, and this story needs to get out there more, was one, because our military presence was not there, because we had our key aircraft carrier, the Gerald Ford, off the coast of Venezuela on another of his military adventures. And our European partners in particular were obviously consumed by the president's, I think, kind of crazy folly.
$802. I assumed it used to be Muslim because she made a video with her mom going ex-Muslim. Oh, okay. Yeah, I have no idea. No clue. Thanks for the donation, though, eh?
To try to take on Greenland. So our ability to bring our Europeans who have ties with Iran into the conflict were limited. So he didn't act then. We've then seen a build out. There was no surprise on any of this. He's been building up forces for months. So if this is a war of choice, and the president has the ability to make the case, he should come to Congress, make the case that this is in America's interest to try to take out the Iranian leadership, not have this dictated, frankly, by the Israeli government's timeline. And I say this again as a strong supporter of Israel. And one of the things that shows somewhat of the chaotic approach, if we knew this was coming, why hasn't the United States been better prepared to get our literally hundreds of thousands of American citizens out of the region? I think the Brits, other countries are getting their people out of the region while we are still leaving literally thousands of Americans trying to reach phone numbers to find a way out when nobody's answering. Why we were not better prepared. Listen, when America screws up, and we have many times, let me acknowledge that. And I think, again, in many ways about the disastrous withdrawal under Biden, which I criticized from Afghanistan, but unfortunately, this is starting to take on some of those same characteristics. And I think America deserves better. And my fear is, we would all agree we don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. We all agree the Iranian regime is awful. But the president made no effort to build a coalition to say, this is such a problem, we need to act. I will stand by my statement since day one, though. There was no imminent threat to the United States.
But it's interesting. It's interesting listening to you.
In harm's way, there needs to be an imminent threat. I'm sorry.
No, I understand that, but it's interesting that you conceded there that had Donald Trump done this
There does not need to be an imminent threat. There was never any imminent threat when it came to Germany, and guess what? America did. Like, this is just fucking cucked bullshit. I don't even understand what he means by imminent threat. The U.S. military has been attacked by IRGC forces for decades.
On top of that, our species just keeps getting worse and worse.
Yes, that is true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, Americans have been attacked and killed by IRGC forces for decades. They've been a problem for a long time. I don't know what he means by imminent threat. Like existential threat? Like what does that mean? This is just a cucked ass retard.
In January, which is literally 6 weeks ago, you might have supported it. So it seems to me that you are intrinsically in favor of regime change. And I would argue that if you take that as your position, that actually the slaughtering of up to 30,000 protesters by the Iranian regime, which followed that, would have been an even more a reason for America to get involved. By your logic.
Well,
in other words,
I'm not
if
sure
the
I would
uprising...
say, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh.
Well, no, what you're saying is you might have supported it in January when they rose up. Then wouldn't the slaughter of nearly 30,000 protesters, wouldn't that have been an even more compelling reason to do it?
Well, I would argue there was at least the case, and I would not take your characterization. Do I think the Iranian regime is awful? Yes. Do I lose any sleep over the fact that the supreme leader and others were killed? No. Do I think that would mandate a regime change, right away without a plan? I would only make the argument that the logic of acting when there were millions of Iranians on the street and the president said to those protesters, don't worry, we have your back, a selective strike might have pushed things forward. What I feel we've had now is because he drew that red line, then brought an armada to the region, an armada that couldn't have been there before because he was focused on Venezuela and he didn't have support of our allies, to take this action now, not based upon an American timeline or an imminent threat, means presidents in American history have chosen to go to war. If they choose to go to war, they have to come to the Congress and make their case. He has not done that. And my fear now is again, from not just humanitarian, but from a practical standpoint, he once again has said to the Iranian people, rise up, take back your government. If they do rise up and hundreds of thousands of protesters appear in the streets, does that obligate America to put troops on the ground to protect those protesters? I think you have to think these things through. And what I see from this administration is this chaotic approach, thinking about all these things in isolation rather than the interconnectedness. And again, part of the proof of that is
this guy's like a fucktard. He doesn't know what the hell he's talking about.
Not only what will we do if the Iranians do rise up, do we have an obligation, but it also goes to the point of why has there not been a better plan of trying to evacuate the literally hundreds of thousands of Americans?
This is nonsense, and you're repeating IRGC propaganda. I'm sorry, it's nonsense. It is not just economic. Listen to what they write.
Public confidence that there's a clear narrative here about what the intention is.
Yeah, absolutely. I understand why people might not be clear on the reasons for that. I do want to take issue with what the senator said about Israel's timing. Actually, it was revealed today that Israel had planned to do this much later in the year. There was no plan to strike Iran as of now. The only plans that were discussed initially were back in January, shortly after Trump said, take to the streets to the Iranian people. Israel had not been planning something, so that part is inaccurate at best. I also would take issue with the claim that it's a war of choice. I do believe it's a war of necessity. We know how this Islamic regime has been operating, how they've been targeting American troops, how they've been operating on foreign soil, how they've been trying to export the revolution. As I mentioned, it's something that we cannot miss when it comes to this issue. And when it comes to the concept of forever wars, I just want to point out to this audience that every year the United States, excluding any involvement financially with Israel, any aid to Israel, anything related to Israel, they are spending up to $60 billion per year only on deterrence related to the Middle East, which is, of course, as Matt emphasized, completely related to the Islamic regime in Iran and the IRGC's activities. Now, they've already spent approximately $5 billion on this conflict just in a span of a few days. And they estimate that if this war continues, meaning that if it goes longer than what President Trump has stated he wants it to, it could be up to $65 billion. Well, up to $65 billion is approximately what the United States is spending every single year. So the idea that this is so much more expensive or so much more difficult than what we're already doing. I mean, the status quo is not free. The status quo is extremely high risk. That sounds a lot more like a forever war to me than actually dealing with the problem once and for all. And the reason that there is some confusion about the things that Marco Rubio and the other officials have mentioned is because all of these reasons are true. They are developing, they're in the process of developing ICBMs. They are in the process of rebuilding a nuclear program. And let's not forget that they've held on to that 400 kilograms of highly enriched uranium at 60%, which is 90% of the way to a nuclear weapon. We can't forget that they've been holding on to that the whole time. And sorry, one more thing I want to mention about Omar is that he seems completely outraged about schoolgirls dying, yet he said nothing about the fact that IRGC poisoned schoolgirls in 2022 or the more than 30,000 protesters, including children, who have already been executed or shot in the streets during the protests in January.
Yeah,
Happy to address that for you. You know what happened? There were peaceful protests against the Iranian government over the economy, an economy, by the way, that Scott Bessent, the U.S.
This
official,
is nonsense, and you're repeating IRGC propaganda. I'm sorry, it's nonsense.
Oh, yes, the peaceful protests where people were literally burning down government buildings and running over police and IRGC officials. Right, those peaceful protests. Like, can ICE kill this guy? Can somebody check his, like, passport or something and then have ICE, like, shoot him and then text, hey, guys, 3 bullets, 5 holes, beat that one. Fucking asshole. Like, where's Trump when you need him? Sick ICE on these fucking assholes.
Honestly, this might sound ridiculous, but if some animal decided it had enough with humanity and became an Adolf Hitler-like species that wanted to exterminate humanity, I wouldn't be against that.
If that were squirrels, yeah, I mean, I'd have a hard time arguing against that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Squirrels are pretty great. I really like squirrels. Poo-poo, pee-pee, bum-bum.
administration.
It is not just economic. Listen to what the Iranians are saying.
Emily,
Why do you think you know better?
Tell the truth. Emily, you need to let me finish my sentence. You can't just jump down my throat every time I say something that you don't want the audience to hear.
Then
so
stop
let me finish
lying.
my sentence. There were largely peaceful protesters who are against their own
Sure, peaceful
government. And you know what?
Like, dude, the videos are out. Like, we've all seen the footage. It's just, why am I even listening to these fucking dipshits? Like, you're gay lying retards.
Without any
a likely timeline for this.
Yeah, so realistically, how it's going to play out, it's sad that senator doesn't even know our own Constitution. Article 2, Section 2 of the Constitution actually allows the President of the United States to conduct limited operations. Same thing with the War Powers Resolution of 1973. Within there, we get limited strike capabilities up to 60 days without anything else, that's going to be dragging us in a little bit deeper. And he's going to be able to bring that before Congress. How this is going to play out in the future is going to vastly depend on what's taking place on the ground over there. Over inside of Western Iran, we see strikes over in Kurdish regions, vastly targeting IRGC forces. We also see reports of airstrikes that are taking place along the Iraq-Iran border. Additionally, over inside of Iraq last night, we saw targeted strikes against Iranian-backed militias, Shiite militia organizations that were and have been targeting U.S. troops, which is something else I wanted to bring up to that senator, which is we lost 3 U.S. service members on January 28th, 2024. Sergeant William Rivers, Specialist Kennedy Sanders, and Specialist Brianna Moffett over in the tri-border regions inside of Jordan. They were targeted by an IRGC-backed force. Our troops have been under attack. So how long this is going to take is until the regime ends up giving in. And I believe our president, Commander-in-Chief of the United States military, actually came out and stated that the other day, that your time for negotiating is up because they're not negotiating. So it's just going to be whenever they give in.
Okay, I'm about to speak to Professor Mohammad Marandi, who's in Tehran. I've spoken many times in the last few years. I'd be fascinated to see what he has to say. Before I go to him, I just want to give you, Aaron, just a very quick chance to summarize, what if you were the Iranian regime right now, what would you do?
Well, first of all, if we're talking about Iran, what the people want, the history, we have to have some basic facts straight. The U.S. has been at war with the people of Iran for decades. Go back to the coup in 1953. We overthrew their government because they wanted to control their own oil. Fast forward to the 80s after the Iranian regime comes in because they overthrow the Shah, who we supported along with Israel. The U.S. turns to supporting Saddam Hussein, one of the worst criminals in recent memory, as he kills hundreds of thousands of people in Iran, including with chemical weapons, which the U.S. assisted. Then the U.S. turns to trying to overthrow Iran via
Skip to 55 seconds and Destiny talks more about Iran. It's pretty cringe.
All right, I'll take a look. Thanks for the donation, Unicorn Jizz.
And we'll play it on the screen there. An American submarine sunk an Iranian warship.
Wow! That's so cool! Okay, so I was kind of reading stuff online. Why are we in Why are we at war with Iran again? What was it? Do we give a reason for this, or is this just kind of we just do whatever now? We ball. Rebus has planned Israeli action against
communist fucking horseshit. Why are we attacking a fucking country that spreads worldwide terrorism and threatens international trade and attacks us and our allies? Why are we at war with them? Why did I break into my bully's house after he fucked my mom and stole my bike? Why do I have a gun in my hand? Why did I break into his house? Why am I gonna shoot him? Just fucking stupid. Oh my god. This guy is just grifting. I don't think he fucking believes anything he's saying here. There's just a grift to appeal to his dumb bitch, lefty, fucktard, progressive audience.
Iran prompted U.S. strikes. Okay. Not helping the Zog accusations over here, but okay, Rubio.
I don't even know why, again, I don't even know why he cares about any of these fucking statements. We know why the fuck the U.S. is attacking Iran. Honestly, if all this guy can do is look at, what did Marco Rubio say? What did Trump say? What did Pam Bondi say? None of this makes any sense. You're just a shit political commentator. It's obvious why they're attacking Iran. It has to do with national security and making things more difficult for China in the future. Just knocking down the necessary dominoes, to keep China in check. So if this is all he can fucking do, he's just a shit political commentator that you shouldn't fucking listen to. It's like being a police interrogator and then just believing anything you're being told from like the person you're interrogating and then saying, I don't know what's going on. He said one thing, but then it contradicts with another thing. I don't know if he's lying or not, and I don't know what's going on. I'm confused. Like, that's basically like how his brain works.
Planned Israeli action against Iran that would have seen retaliation against American forces prompted the United States to launch its weekend strikes against Tehran, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said on Monday. We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces, and we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties. I don't believe literally any of this. One, I'm pretty sure the United States could make Israel fuck off if they wanted to. Pretty sure the U.S. could say, hey, we're not doing that. Okay? Number one. Number two.
Okay, this is just a grift. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's not this stupid. His audience is turning more progressive and, commie brain broken, and he's just appealing to his audience. It's just a grift, and he's perpetuating the problem that he himself has been complaining about for a while. He's fostering this communist stupid nonsense that's preventing anybody from even voting fucking Democrat. And then he's trying to convince these same fucking people to vote Democrat, and it's just a lose-lose situation. It incentivizes the Democratic Party to adopt like these ridiculous communist beliefs nobody fucking wants. The demographic of people that they're even targeting aren't even going to fucking vote for them. And everyone else is fed up with this bullshit, and then they just end up voting Republican. Thanks for the donation, though, Unicorn Jizz. Wait, did I skip
You know what's really funny? Reza Pahlavi has like 10 million followers on Instagram. I'm guessing mostly Iranian. That's more followers than Piers Gas subs on YouTube. I bet that's 10 times anything's this pro-Urg guy could muster.
I don't know who Rez Pahlavi is. Thanks for the donation, though, eh? Dota don't need tellers, please watch the clip. Oh, yes.
But it's a reminder that this life is short. And so Khomeini, if he did die, if you died in this act, especially during the holy month of Ramadan, inshallah, he gets the highest rank in Jannah, and he gets eternal paradise. He gets the highest rank, he gets martyrdom. That's the highest achievement we can get. But it's a reminder that
yeah, he's rotting in the ground, just like everybody else. So maybe he should have gotten some strippers and enjoyed himself. Because what a waste otherwise. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Crippling sanctions, not aimed at the government, but at the people, to make lives miserable so that the society can't function and life is intolerable. Now, Matt made a number of points. I can't.
Oh my god, he's saying the sanctions against Iran.
At library_boy, thank you, and to think Thanos was considered the villain in Avengers Endgame for rightly wanting our worthless, disgusting vermin species to be exterminated.
Yeah, that's true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Can't get to all of them, but the JCPOA, the whole premise of that, the reason that collapsed is because the U.S. pulled out, because the premise was the U.S. offers sanctions relief.
We've got
Iran.
I'm sorry to jump in, but we're going to lose it. We're going to lose the line.
Enrichment is acceptable, and but he was lying, obviously. He's a Gulf Arab family, and the Epstein class in your country, which do all sorts of things to ordinary people.
Epstein
he stood with his people, and he stayed.
Buddy, all they did was fuck some teenage prostitutes. It's not that fucking deep.
With his people, and that's why he's so popular. And unlike the propaganda that we see on your show all the time with these insane pundits who've never been to Iran, who know nothing about Iran, who just repeat these Epstein-class talking points. The Iranian people are steadfast and standing beside and behind the Islamic Republic. And as we speak, across Tehran, under missile fire, you see huge crowds of people in different parts of the city protesting against the United States and calling for the armed forces to resist. And might does not make right. As I learned from school, children know this.
Oh, really? So, what do you think about your government mass murdering protesters? What do you think of that one, huh, jackass?
Yes. We are in the right. Your regime, your government, the American regime, they...
Reza Pahlavi is the official Iranian opposition. The Shah's son. Obviously this doesn't prove every Iranian likes him, but before the internet cut out in Iran he was getting like 90 million views I think, but then 9 to 6 million when the internet shut down.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. Dude, it's... I don't even, like, it's just ideological. There's just a bunch of people who've been indoctrinated by communist brain rot horseshit, and they know nothing about this Iran conflict, and then they've just been trained to hate Jews. Ugh, people are just stupid fucking chimpanzees. Oh, and this guy's a fucking retarded baboon, too.
Supported the Holocaust in Gaza, the ongoing Holocaust in Gaza. We stood against it.
The point I would make...
Oh, yes, the Holocaust,
no matter how...
His own government literally killed more civilians in a fucking week than were killed in the last, 2 years of war?
Let me respond.
No matter how you try to frame
it 3 now?
And pretend that we killed in Iran tens of thousands of people on the streets and all that fake media propaganda, the reality is the reason why Iran is hated is because we're against ethnic cleansing. We're against ethno-supremacism. And that is something that the Epstein class that rules over all of you cannot tolerate.
Well, no Epstein class rules over me. And the difference between me and you is I'm able to look at our leadership, from our Prime Minister to our former UK ambassador to America to the former Prince Andrew, and I'm able to publicly criticize them and say I find all of them, frankly, pretty deplorable and shameful to their country in the way they conduct themselves. You would never say that about your supreme leader, because had you said that on the airwaves... Well, hang on. Because had you called your supreme... Let me explain to you. Yeah, if you let me I'll let you speak. Let me speak. Had you criticised your supreme leader while he was alive publicly, had you done it publicly in the way that I can do about my prime minister or my royal family or my ruling political class, then you would have disappeared from the airwaves extremely quickly. You and I know that. And when it comes to the reaction of the people on the street in your country, you would like everyone to believe it's all one way. Everyone's on the side of the regime that you propped up for years. But I would show you this scene. Look at this and tell me what we're looking at.
That's AI, and nobody in Iran would actually do that because they all respect the supreme leader.
It looks like people to me celebrating the toppling of a statue of your dead supreme leader.
Wow, look at those millions of people on the streets. Stunning. Why don't you show the crowds that are 100 times larger in small cities than these crowds? Because you cannot do that. Because in order to remain on air, you have to pursue certain narratives. But if you were at my university and you were in my classroom, you would see students with all...
I would probably leave the room because I'm sure your farts stink like fucking death.
All sorts of views, saying whatever they want. A student would say, Iran is worse than North Korea. And I would laugh at him and make fun of him in a friendly way till the end of the semester. But you have this alternative Iran somewhere in the universe in your mind, and based on that, all your assessments are made. You're
okay. Well, criticize your regime then. Okay, well, criticize your regime then. If you've got such freedom of speech, criticize your regime right now. Go on,
Pierce.
If you can't, Iran, can you? Pierce, it's full of hot air. You remind me of Comical Ali in the Iraq War. who kept just talking
You're a
complete nonsense
child,
about his
Pierce.
ruling, about his regime and ruler.
I don't, you know.
You fucking got him.
The problem is, I don't know
You
how
can't
to
do it,
deal
can
with
you?
your. Be quiet for a
can't do
second
it.
and let me respond.
Or criticize your regime. Go on.
I know you're afraid. Be quiet. Let me respond.
I'm not afraid of anything.
Don't be so afraid. In Iran, we talk against the government, against policies day and night. You sit in a taxi.
Okay, so do it.
They're criticizing. You're on campus. They criticize.
I wanted you to criticize your regime right now.
No, I'm not going.
This post is so cringeworthy, VG.
The only kind of people that think Western civilization is great are degenerate psychopaths that prey on children. Or, you know, maybe people who have a fucking job and can pay their own rent and stuff. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Going to when you give me 5 minutes.
No, you're not going to, are you? Because you're a coward. And you're a paid up stooge of the regime. And you know if you do criticize them, they'll take you off the airwaves. Your job is to get on the airwaves and promote the regime. That's why you can't criticize them.
Yeah.
And if you could criticize them, you would.
Are you going to let me talk, or are you just too cowardly to let me talk? You're afraid of me.
I asked you a question. You wouldn't do it.
You're a coward.
You can't do it, can you?
You're a coward. I'm not
I'm the
going
coward.
to criticize.
I can criticize my regime. I can tell you I think Prime Minister Starmer has been a complete dud. What are you going to say about your regime?
My country is under airstrikes from your criminal regime, your Epstein regime. My country, the people in my city are being slaughtered by your garbage regime, and you want me to sit
actually,
here
the people in your country were slaughtered by your regime, weren't they? Only a few weeks ago, up to 30,000 of your people were slaughtered by your regime, weren't they?
Okay, Pierce,
Professor?
forget it. If you don't want me to talk, I'll just sit down. You do the talking.
I'll tell you what, we'll end it like this. I've had you on my show many, many times, right? When do I get invited on Iranian state television? Oh, you've gone.
I invited you to Iran, Pierce. I invited you to Iran.
I'll do it like you do. I'll do it like you do. Down the barrel of a camera, you put me on Iranian state television and let me say what I think about Iranian state television in the way that I let you come on my show and criticize my country and the United States and the West. Fair's fair, right, Professor? Because you've got freedom of speech.
In Iran, we speak out against the government all the time. Bull fucking shit.
Yeah, and then you get publicly executed. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. There's public executions all the time in Iran. Two donate chillers. Did you see this guy get his arm broken as he was protesting against?
Please stand up.
Oh, U.S. Marine veteran gets arm broken in Congress. Yeah, I've seen that. That guy's a fucking idiot.
Out. His hand.
So first of all, I have no idea if this guy actually is a war veteran, and look, it just doesn't make any sense. When I see shit like this, like, Marines are kind of macho, tough guys, and they have, like, a sense of duty. The whole reason they join the Marines is because they want to see combat. You know, they want to fucking kill people. They think guns are cool. They play Call of Duty and shit. They're kind of like the macho, tough guy types. And then when I see a grown man acting like a fucking retarded, childish baby, war's bad, never war not good at all, stop this, It really raises eyebrows. It's like that guy who said he was a Green Beret and was claiming that he saw Israelis killing Palestinian children, and it turned out that guy's like a massive liar. And he's just a nut job who just lied about everything he said. Like there's just certain behaviors you don't see from certain people who are in the armed forces, especially when you're talking about like you know, Marines, Army Rangers, Green Berets, like stuff like that. People who you kind of climb the ladder of people who take their job a little more seriously. So I'm extraordinarily skeptical that this is in any way real. This guy may be a paid protester who's just faking being a Marine veteran. Or this guy is like a brain broken fucktard who just like shouldn't be taken seriously. Like it's just a complete joke. Thanks for the donation, though, too.
Speech in Iran, there should be no problem in me, Piers Morgan, going on Iranian state television and hammering your regime. Only you won't let that happen, and the regime won't let it happen, because amongst the many things that you repress, the biggest thing you repress is freedom of speech. That's why you can't talk out against your regime, and that's why you wouldn't let me go on state TV in Iran and talk out against your regime. And that is the difference between us. So you can try and take the high moral ground, but the reality is that is the difference.
You are a genocide supporter. You supported it in Israel, in Palestine, and you refused to come to Iran. And I invited you twice.
I literally did the opposite.
Technically, there probably are debates in Iran because there are different political factions. Except the people and politicians are arranging kinda more like, do we want to be terrorist or terrorist pro-max? Whoop-de-fucking do. That's just amazing. Not.
Iran does not allow really any form of political dissent. So, like, if you question the regime, you're getting locked up. So yeah, it's just nonsense. Thanks for the donation, though. Hey, like again, point proven. Make one criticism of the Iranian regime, and he's too scared to do it.
I literally did the opposite. You should watch Uncensored more often.
On your regime TV, you don't even let me talk. You don't know anything about Iran, and you just talk and talk and talk, and you're afraid of me saying a single sentence. Iran is being bombed by your regime. Our children are being slaughtered. As we speak, your regime is bombing my country, and your regime sent in intelligence, the Israeli Mossad, the CIA, according to the former head of the CIA, according to the Mossad itself, they sent in people to infiltrate. According to Channel 14 of Israeli TV, which is close to Netanyahu, they brought in weapons that killed hundreds of police officers and office and volunteers on the streets. So the 3,117 people who were killed, and all of them have their.
There was an election between Newsom and Vance. Who'd you vote for? Probably Vance. Newsom's a complete scumbag, dude. Like, look, the dude's planning on doing a live stream and interview with fucking Hassan. You have, like, there's no chance I'd vote for anybody who'd do a fucking interview with Hassan. It's over. So, yeah, I'd rather vote for Vance. Even though Vance is a piece of shit, guess what? You're a bigger piece of shit if you associate in any way with somebody like Hassan.
Or even worse, executed.
Yes, true, Dodo. Thanks for the donation.
Their ID and information, they're well known. If you have any extra names, give them to me and let's see what your evidence is. All of those people are recognized. And wait a moment. Wait a moment. And if there was one police officer killed in your country, what would the reaction be? Some young woman was turning to the right. They shot her in the face. Here they killed 200 police officers and
those weren't police officers. But yeah, most people think that was bad. Do you remember that U.S. soldier that live streamed himself getting set on fire in front of the Israeli embassy? Yeah, I remember that. There are brain broken morons for sure, but again, I've personally known people who were in the Marines. I've also met and talked to some people who were in the SEALs, and I think there might have been one. No, I don't know if I ever met anybody who was in the Green Berets like that I talked to. SEALs, I've talked to dudes who are in the SEALs, Army Rangers. They just have a certain personality, and you just wouldn't see them doing something like that. So when I see a video of somebody who claims to be a Marine having a temper tantrum like that in public, acting like a retarded child, no invading Iran, like, it's hard for me to believe that's real because they just don't do that sort of shit. Like, it's possible, but I wouldn't believe it until I saw some kind of proof. Oh, this is him. He served in this time period. So there's fake shit all the time, and there's paid protesters who are paid to fake this kind of crap. So,
well over 100 volunteers on the streets, and you call that peaceful protest, but you ignore the millions of people on the streets as we speak in Tehran right now.
Yeah,
who are supporting the government.
Let me tell you.
And
let me respond. I can tell you.
I wanted to bring something for you to see, but forget it. Just one final sentence. For 47 years.
Nobody cares. Shut up. You're fucking ugly. What a dumb bitch. Imagine being that much of a dumb bitch. Just such a stupid fucking retarded retard fuck. Is this like, maybe there's just something wrong with that particular mod. Best mods. Did they take down... There was some nude mod somebody just uploaded. It looks like it was taken down. Noir Grace mod. I don't know if I have to upload, like... Let's just try that, I guess. See if it... Oh, right. Oh my god. The game started in the wrong window again. That's wonderful. Yeah. Do that. I don't know why it does that. It's like fucking retarded. I don't think, I don't think it's working. Okay, mod folder, Noir Grace nude mod. Replaces noir suit. So, what the fuck is the noir suit? Why does this say Grace mod, then Grace nude? Where did that come from? Installed RE framework. That should already be installed. I don't know what the fuck. Let's try that. Haven't seen any naked Leon mods yet. I've seen some shirtless ones, some like weird one where you have a crop top and look gay, but... So, what's the Grace Noir jacket thing? Is that, There's FBI Grace. How do you get the Noir outfit? No, I'm not taking Red of True Tide. Oh, deluxe edition.
Look at how XQC eats. This is one of the dumbest things I've seen.
Well, he's French, right? Yeah, I mean, he's from Quebec.
Spaghetti sauce with some cheese. Very nice, very nice. Pepsi. I didn't have Coke, but pizza. Very nice.
Listen, this is classic chopped cheese. Take like this, like that, and like that.
Yeah, he's a retard from Quebec. Like, what do you expect? So, yeah, he's dumb as shit. Thanks for the donation, though. Wait. Original soundtrack, I don't want that. Deluxe kit. Okay. Wait, fuck, that's... Alright. So that should get us the proper costume we need. I might want to, so let's see. Uninstall all mods. Okay, they're all uninstalled. I'm just gonna verify integrity of game cache. Wait, how do you do that now? Properties. Yeah, I have no idea how XQC got a following. It's pretty baffling to me. I don't get it. Don't get it at all. Oh, dude, if I could make the money he made, jeez. Holy fuck. Alright, so that should all work. Replaces Noir suit. I think that's the only thing I have to install for that. And let's try that. Nope. Sure as hell ain't doing nothing special for St. Patrick's Day because I'm not an idiot. He view-botted early on? Oh, Well, I guess, if you're making money, who the fuck cares? Alright, well, she's naked now.
Based on I think it's at least safe to say Get Woke at Pixu is dead.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Dodo. Hey, Dimitrescu. That's kind of cool. Film noir. Apocalypse. Hey, RE4 costume. What's the Apocalypse costume look like? Let's put the Apocalypse costume on. Hey, Tony Tillers, just look at how popular this guy is. Pearson, Morandi, and Mehdi Hassan, and Hassan Piker would have fainted these numbers. Scroll through the video section. Oh, yeah. 1.4, 4.6, 3.9, 5.6, 1.7, 11, 21 mil, 24 mil, 28 mil, 33 mil. Yeah, that's some crazy shit. Yeah, I bet Tucker Katarlson is quite jealous. I can guarantee you. Naked. There's like a weird mesh issue, but naked, 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 naked. She's naked. My God, look at her bum, all naked. Wow, that's a cute bum. I'm just gonna leave the camera on first person, I think. Let's actually look and see what other mods there are. So I wonder if the bikini mod would end up working. I have no idea, but Requiem recoil self-damages grace. That doesn't sound like a very fun mod. Aim shoulder swap. That's interesting. Realistic rate of fire and select fire.
I'm so happy that going woke in entertainment is finally dead, with that article being proof of that.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's dead necessarily, but people are certainly fed up with it. Like, the problem is, the people who are making this content are completely ideological. This isn't some cynical... There isn't any kind of cynical reason for them to be doing this where they think they're going to make more money. It's purely ideological. So even if they lose money, they're still going to try to do it. It's entirely dependent on whether or not there's people who are like the heads of these studios that are going to actually like step in. I'm pretty sure the nude mod does have like Grace's butthole and like vagina and everything. It's not like a Barbie doll. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. No clip. Oh man, that'd break the fucking game. Leon shirtless. So there's one. Oh, CJ. The ubiquitous CJ mod. There's also a Shrek mod. And Thomas the Tank Engine for the spider boss fight. Alright, let's... I'm a little worried, I'm a little worried, I'm gonna have issues. Going through the whole thing, like, with her totally nude, so we'll try to just... We'll try the bikini mod again, see if it works. Do you think you could beat Sword Saint Ishin first try 1 year later? No. I'd be able to beat it faster than I did originally, but no, not first try. I'd have to have at least a few runs. I don't know if this, like... Oh, there we go. So, which one's that? Film noir. So, that was the problem the whole time. It occupies the film noir. It just didn't say... Yeah, it just didn't say it was the film noir one. In the mod details. Boobies. See your boobas? Bum jiggles, too. Oh, what a relief. Alright, I'm happy now. Now we can enjoy the game. Yeah, that's fucking hot. That's really fucking hot, alright. Oh, yes. That's what I like. Oh my god. Dude, I gotta get a micro bikini for fucking Pat. I really love it when the bikinis are so small that, like, it doesn't cover up a girl's asshole and you can, like, fucking see her butthole when she bends over. That's fucking hot. I think I still prefer just playing her sections first person. The controls are just better. And then we can just enjoy seeing her titties and ass. You know. Poopy doopy. Do I need to play RE4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? No. I don't think you need to play any Resident Evil game to understand the story in this. I would say the most important game to kind of understand the story of, to understand everything that's going on in this game, would be RE2. I would just look up a basic plot synopsis of RE2. Why can't I pick up that bottle? That's weird. Yeah, I would just look up a plot synopsis of RE2. You don't even need to play the whole game. RE2 is kind of a difficult game too. It's not super easy and straightforward. And there's the save. Yeah, this pretty much is the best game ever. It's fucking great. I already saved that, right? Okay, wasn't there a flashlight or... Ah, yes, lighter. Okay, there we go. Oh, yes, we needed... Yeah. What was that? Oh, hey, the mirror. Oh, that's weird. Oh, that is so strange. Look, we're just ahead. It's just the way the mod works. That's funny. Okay, the monster was right there, I guess. So we needed, like, So that was the thing about the monster, I think. Toolbox, nurse's station. Pat and I align pretty much perfectly politically. So, I remember there was like a stupid... It was hard to find. And that dumb monster, like, fucks around.
He's dead. No. Infected.
Oh, he's got a num-num. I don't think that thing can see particularly well. That's interesting. The way the model works, it's just a floating head when you're in first person. That's weird.
What the hell was that thing?
Yeah, even the shadow is just a head. Yeah, look, it's just a head. Really weird. Okay, I think the screwdriver was like in some really stupid, obtuse spot. Oh, med injector, sweet.
Oh my god. This looks important.
I think it was like up
Maybe.
here or some shit, or didn't we have to like push something? It was something stupid, I remember. Really annoying. Or it was... yeah, I can't remember. I remember it just being...
Can't be the next one. Yes. No, this way, not this way. This way.
Playing third person, I'm gonna have to adjust the fucking controls then. This is for Grace, right? Twelve, 10. Okay. That should work. Alright, I'll play in third person for you. No, Pat's a different girl. The girl I was supposed to meet on the Vegly app, that was the chick I was talking about. Wonder if that thing's gonna smell Grace's butt. Imagine how nice Grace's butt would smell. Just love girls fucking women's butt. Yeah, that's right, get the fuck out of here, stupid bitch. So, where's the fucking screwdriver? I remember it was in the dumbest spot. Her ass is just fucking incredible, oh my god. I just love girls' butts. Oh, there it is. Okay, now I remember. Yeah. Right.
Is it just me or is Viguru Steve a lot dumber than he was like 3+ years ago? Looks like his recent 19-hour only cycle of Tren plus Deca plus Ment fried his neurons. He talks like an old blabbering uncle. Have you noticed him saying crazy shit lately?
I haven't watched enough of his content to notice him like really go crazy or anything, but I have noticed lately he's been saying more dumb shit, especially when it comes to like peptides that have like just come out where everybody's like, I don't know if they even fucking do anything. And he's like talking them up like crazy. I don't know if it has something to do with him being involved with selling some of these things, but oh yeah, now the reflections work. You can see her like big jiggly titties and shit, but I've never thought Vigorous Steve, like, this is the case with everybody. Everyone's gonna be wrong with something, and especially something like steroids. What people don't get is there's not as much research on these drugs as you would like, and everyone responds to these drugs completely differently. Oh my god, this is hot. So you're gonna have a lot of differing opinions, and a lot of people aren't necessarily wrong about what they're saying. Like, Todd Lee is a huge fan of Masteron, and his opinion is take a TRT dose of testosterone and then take like a fuck ton of Masteron. Which isn't necessarily wrong, like, it works for him, but a lot of other people who do that, they're likely not going to grow as well, they're probably going to nuke their hair, and they're also probably going to have dehydration issues where they're going to have to eat way more sodium than they otherwise would have to. So, like him personally, just the way he responds to these drugs, it's not really a problem for him, but other people, it just might not work out well. There's also, like, the cost issue. Like, testosterone's way cheaper than Masteron, especially now. So, like, you kind of have to look at different sources of information and kind of understand everyone has their own perspective based on, you know, obviously some of the research they might have seen. But, oh my god, can we, like, fucking get to the, other side at some point? So, everybody's gonna have their own opinion based on, you know, some of the research that's available and their own interpretation off of it, but also just their own personal experience using some of these drugs and having clients that have used these drugs. And you kind of have to determine whether or not, you know, some of these drug protocols make sense for you, you know? Jesus. Oh my god, is this what's going on in first person? She stumbles over herself? all the fucking time. Actually, I like that. That's great. Okay, I'm not complaining. That explains why she's so slow when she's running in first person. But in third person, when you got the mod, it's like, oh, this is great. So, yeah. Uh-oh. Big bad monster coming. Oh, God. This is actually pretty hard to, This is hard to control in third person. Holy fuck. Oh, this is just great. This is wonderful. Oh, that is just fantastic. I love this. How is there not a bikini costume just in the game? Why do modders have to make the game better? Yeah, this is great. Alright, where's the white male savior when you need him? Yeah, Leon would be using a Porsche.
Mr. Kennedy.
Porsches are pretty
welcome.
great.
Dr. Gideon has been expecting you.
Funny. I don't remember getting an invitation.
Well, he's waiting for you.
Can't have that, can we?
Follow me, please.
Lead the way. So how long have you worked for, Dr. Gideon?
Not long. I just recently joined the team.
Dr. Gideon.
Quite a few long-term patients here, all undergoing experimental
Should blow this
therapies
bitch's
developed
brains
by
out.
Dr. Gideon.
Oh yeah, clatter carbine. Yeah, why don't we do a playthrough with the M1A? Oh yeah, shit, we should have gotten the case upgrade. We might be kind of screwed now. Oh, I guess we already...
Experimental therapies.
Yes. It's all very cutting edge. The facility keeps a low profile due to the sensitive nature of the research.
Oh, I bet it does.
Please, wait here.
That's right. No Leon in a Speedo. They do have a shirtless Leon mod, but no no Speedo mod.
Code 6, all staff initiate emergency protocols.
Mr. Kennedy, we need to leave immediately.
What's going on?
I don't know what's happening. Some kind of mass hysteria. The hospital is on lockdown.
Calm down.
I think I want a second opinion.
Oh my god. Fuck yes. Shit, damn it. Ah! Okay. I missed, alright? Okay, I get it. Fuck. Shit.
Nice.
Yeah, I do want to get a shotgun. I gotta get my firearms license. It's really fucking stupid how they even make you get a license here. Last I checked, criminals don't need a fucking license. As far as pump actions go, Mossbergs are good, but you might as well get, what is it, the Beretta 1301. That's probably the best semi-auto tube-fed shotgun you can get at the moment.
Well, that went well.
Alright, nice. Dude, I need a home defense chainsaw. That'd be fucking dope. I think if anybody were to, like, try to break into your house and they just hear a chainsaw whir up, and you just come running for them, they're probably just getting the fuck out of there. Yeah, dude, the firearms license thing is so fucking pointless and stupid. If you can pass a background check, what the fuck is the license thing gonna do? All it is a way of the government stealing fucking money from you and preventing you from being armed, and it just makes it so criminals just have an easier time to outgun you. That's it. That's all it fucking does.
That bastard did it again. How are things on your end?
I just hacked into the center's network.
Good. Good. Can you find me the floor plan?
I'll see what I can do.
Well, in the meantime, I'll try to track him down.
Keep me posted.
Will do.
Chainsaw's the stupidest weapon. There's definitely dumber weapons than a chainsaw. Wow, what's going on here? Gotta save that sexy ass bitch.
Hey, over here. You okay?
Yeah. Thanks.
Leon Kennedy, DSO.
CSO. I'm Grace. Ashcroft. FBI.
FBI. What are you doing here?
Someone kidnapped me.
Victor Gideon.
I don't know.
Well, we should leave. What does Victor want with you?
What?
Grace.
What do you mean?
He grabbed you for
I live in California, so my security guard
Wait,
card
you're
lets me get
DSO.
class 3 firearms
That's
except
the,
semi-auto shotties and autos,
the
obviously.
counter-bioterrorism agency, right?
Take this.
Don't they have that gay shit in California where they have the
Now go. Get out of here.
They have like a dingus that sticks out of the gun for no reason, on rifles. Yeah, they have some like dingus attachment. I know they got rid of the detachable magazines for rifles, which is fucking retarded. Like, there's so much dumb shit.
Jasmine wants you back so bad, nigga. Jasmine Durian Riders.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
Dr. Gideon.
So nice to finally meet you, Leon. Why don't we have a little talk?
Too slow.
I see you're exhibiting symptoms too. Umbrella's curse.
No, that's Conan. That image in the thumbnail is from Savage Sword of Conan, the Pit Fighter. Yeah, the Pit Fighter series. So that's artwork from the comic book. I'm a huge fan of Conan the Barbarian. She has very skinny arms. Oh, I guess that box is for Leon, right? Oh. Well, let's just take one last nice look at Grace's butt. I really like this. I really like this mod. Look at her bum. Just love bums. Bums are so good, man. Just fucking love asses. God, I could eat girls, just fucking tight little shitters all day. Alright, it's late. I'm gonna get to bed. But, big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Should be on tomorrow. I'm probably gonna take another day off training tomorrow. So I'll have some more time to stream and whatnot. But, thanks again, everybody. Nice try, jackass. But yeah. Probably play some more titty bikini bum zombie simulator tomorrow as well. We'll take a look at some more mods. Holy hand grenades. Yeah, I'll probably just, you know, do some cheese shit with the game, infinite ammo stuff. But, thanks again, everybody. See you tomorrow. Hope you had fun. And sweet dreams.